All right, Madam City Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. Let's go ahead and call the roll and resume our council meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great, thank you so much. And Madam Zoom host, can you please explain how folks can access the Spanish translation for today's meeting, as well as how to participate in public comment at the end of our study session?
Yes. Live translation in Spanish is available, and members wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. It sounds like you're underwater.
My apologies. Is that better?
There we go.
Okay. Live translation in Spanish is available, and members wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel. To do so, click on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you can only hear the Spanish translation.
Y la interpretación en español está disponible y las personas quienes deseen escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar de canal, pueden hacer clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo.
Excellent, thank you. And so as a reminder, this is a continuation of yesterday's item 3.1, our study session. We'll allow staff to finish their presentation, and then we will go to public comment, as well as final council member comments for the day. Mr. City Manager, do you want to kick us back off?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Megan Bassender, who's the Director of the Housing and Community Services part of the portfolio. Megan, it is now in your court.
Good morning, Mayor Rogers and members of council. I'm Megan Bassinger, Interim Director of Housing and Community Services, and I'm pleased to present to you our proposed budget for fiscal year 21-22. There are two primary components of this budget: the general fund, which is approximately 1% of Housing and Community Services budget, and then the federal contributions. City Clerk, can you put the slides up, please? And I believe we're on slide 68.
One moment, please.
Okay, thank you. All right. So we'll begin with the controllable costs for the general fund component of Housing and Community Services. We have a contract with Legal Aid, which provides legal services for low-income residents. It has a base amount of $87,000 a year, and Legal Aid is requesting an additional $5,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. We are proposing to cover this with our Community Development Block Grant COVID funds, and this was reflected in slide number 4 on yesterday's presentation. If we continue with an increased contract of $92,000, that will be a general fund request in the future. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is a summary of Housing and Community Services general fund budget. The proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget is $245,000. And this covers 50% of one position, as well as the legal aid contract that I just mentioned. And then as you can see in the O&M projects, it's $50,000. And this is for funding that the city provides to the County of Sonoma for the Secure Families Fund. And I will get to that in the next slide. The other notable change that you can see in the general fund is in fiscal year 1920, the general fund component was $1.7 million. This was when code enforcement and the neighborhood stabilization program were in neighborhood revitalization program were in Housing and Community Services. Those have moved under the building division and were reflected in yesterday afternoon's planning presentation. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the Secure Families Fund has had a base request of $50,000 in prior years, and this year they're requesting $25,000 additional dollars. This would be a general fund request that has not been identified for funding. This is also a community-wide program to address the needs of the immigrant community. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the Housing and Community Services Department receives the majority of its funds, approximately 99%, through other funding sources, primarily the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. As you can see, the proposed budget for 21-22 has a little over $44 million coming through the Housing Authority, and this would be for the Section 8 program, as well as funding for the Santa Rosa Housing Trust. We also receive a small portion of funding, about less than 1%, through mobile home rent stabilization. These are fees that are collected through the mobile home rent control ordinance. And then, as we just touched on, the $245,000 in general fund dollars for the department. Next slide, please. So the mobile home rent stabilization program provides rent control for over 1,600 spaces at 17 parks in Santa Rosa. We perform the duties of the Housing Authority. This is the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. This provides ongoing rental assistance to over 2,000 households within the city limits. And then we have the Santa Rosa Housing Trust, which provides loans to developers to create affordable units that are generally restricted for 55 years, as well as perform tenant-based rental assistance, which is similar to the Housing Choice Voucher Program, is additional opportunity to assist those households that are in financial need. All these tasks are done through 24 staff members. And that, I think, next slide, please. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Council, are there any questions? Councilmember Switham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Megan, for that presentation. Do you know, regarding the Secure Family Fund request to basically double our contribution, do we know what happened with the first 25K and what will we get for this additional 25K?
I don't have that information today, but be happy to gather that and come back with that.
I would be interested. Again, I'm very supportive of the Secure Family Fund request, but doubling it, I'm just interested as to what those results we can anticipate. Thank you.
Just for clarification, it's 50,000 is the base request and 5 additional is being requested.
Okay, 50% increase. All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, Megan. I just wanted to ask about the mobile home rent stabilization. Does that affect people that are on like seniors that are on fixed incomes?
So the mobile home rent stabilization is over 1,600 units in spaces throughout the city's mobile home parks. So there's a little over 2,000 spaces. So the majority of them are covered. This provides a cap that rents can be increased annually. So it's a way to ensure that the residents of mobile home parks do not suffer from excessive rent increases.
Okay, because the last that I was aware, the rent increase was more than actual a lot of people are on Social Security. So the rent increase, the percentage was higher than what the Social Security increases. Is this the same?
So the city's rent control ordinance is based on the consumer price index, which is different than the Social Security increase. It also applies to all mobile home parks, which have households of all ages, not just senior citizens. But this is an interest that has been expressed by mobile home park residents, is reviewing the ordinance, and it is on our list of items to address for the department.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Councilor, are there any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Basinger.
So next we'll switch to the Internal Services Departments, and I will walk through the first two, which is the City Council and City Manager's Office budgets. If we could have the slides up for that, please. Next slide, please. So One item that has been identified that is a necessity for council to address is redistricting costs. Currently, we've budgeted another $200,000 of one time, and this is due to the census results that are coming in. As council's heard before, those results are unfortunately dragging, and that means that is closing the gap on what is possible. I believe on June 8th, the city attorney can correct me, there is a study session planned to discuss redistricting as well as options around charter review. Next slide, please. So these are some additional items in the budget, and want to just point out a couple things. There's a $164,000 ongoing increase to provide Spanish translations for live meetings, agendas, and closed captioning. We are proposing, because community promotions was severely impacted over the last 2 years due to COVID, and it was not run this year, is reallocating those funds to primarily cover potential costs around any kind of charter exploration the council wants to explore. That would be predominantly a year cost this year, but it would then allow community promotions to resume in the following fiscal year, and the process usually is usually ahead of the budget process. So that's the proposal, is to move those funds over to support any kind of community outreach or program the council wants to consider around the charter reform. Additionally, there's additional money in the budget for some community engagement plan support, also reallocated from the Community Promotions Fund. In addition, there is homeless services has been moved to the city manager's office. There is money, which is being paid for by CDBG CV funds to finish out the Sam & Jones Annex to complete the support services model there. In the future years, the operating costs for that will have to come back to council for general fund allocation. Additionally, there is going to be we're setting aside some money to do a safe parking pilot program. That particular program's details will come to council on 6/22, so that that evening in the budget hearing, you can allocate the funds for that, but we're proposing setting aside that. We had hoped, and we had been optimistic that we may be able to move in a joint venture with the county. Unfortunately, their timetable has been delayed. We still are hopeful maybe we can work on a pilot program together with them. But I'm sure that on the 6/22, we'll have more details about what is possible in collaboration with the county. Move forward. So I just want to highlight a couple of things in the city council budget. You'll notice that the benefit line has gone down. The reason the benefit line has gone down is primarily due to changes on council's selections on their benefit packages associated with their position. So that's a typical change we see during council turnover, is some adjustment in the benefit line. Additionally, you'll notice professional services has gone down, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we were in a general election last year, and that impacted that budget. Remember, $500,000 was set aside to do the general elections, and those are costly endeavors, but they do not obviously take place every year. Additional in other miscellaneous, there were some print services from those elections, and there has been a slight decrease of about $20,000 to conferences and training in that budget line. Next line. So on the city manager's budget, you'll see an increase in salary. That's the limited term position that was added mid-year to support the extended work of the clerk's office. That's a 2-year position. It'll be reevaluated at the end of those 2 years to see if it is something we need to maintain within the city framework. You will also see some professional services This is also a decrease to 1920 actual, so we're cutting that budget ahead of time to what those actual expenditures were. In the utilities line, you're seeing a decrease, and that is a decrease in phone charges, iPads, and smartphones. And then the other miscellaneous decrease is again going back to actuals and a reduction in conferences, training, and printer and copier services. And next slide. So that's the overall change in the budget. You'll notice that these were added to the city manager's budget as homelessness was moved in the final quarter or so of last year into the city manager's offices. Next slide. And again, just wanted to reiterate those two additional one-time funding requests. The Sam Jones Annex expansion, including services, that will become a general fund request in future years. This was a complete the fit out of the facility and also expands the service model. And then on the study session on June 22nd, we will be coming back to propose a pilot program for the council to consider around safe parking. Next slide. And this was the last thing I wanted to just lay out for the council is the commitment from staff to run through a RFP timeline for our general homelessness services contract, which is currently administered by Catholic Charities. This is the program rollout so that if we were into a selection of a new provider or providers, that award could take place next fiscal year. Next slide. And now I'm happy to answer any questions before turning it over to the city attorney.
Great, thank you. Questions for the city manager? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious. I know this is a small amount, but I'm wondering is there any value in obligating $250,000 every year to the elections, knowing that every 2 years we spend $500,000 or more? Is it such a small amount that it really doesn't matter? I mean, it is something that we always anticipate. It's always sitting there. And we budget the $500,000 every other year. Is there any value in breaking it up into 2 years, or is it such a small amount that it doesn't matter?
Well, again, it's an expenditure that corresponds with the election cycle. What we can look back at, council member, is the trend analysis over the last 5-6 years and see if that is a question worth asking. So we'll note it and we'll look at it and we'll see if there's anything we need to adjust that sort of rhythm. But in reality, it's significantly, the cost significantly increased with an actual election and when we're going to be putting things on the ballot for consideration. So there is a cost increase there. But we'll look at that. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Swindle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. McGlynn, for the presentation. 2 questions. One, I recall last year, I was specifically called out $68,000 for homeless services on the point in time count, which did not occur last year. I didn't see any mention of that this year because we're mandated by HUD to do it at least every 2 years, and Sonoma County had done it every year. Do we have funding to assist the point in time count this year?
We do. It may be caught up in the wash and the transference between divisions, but we'll make sure that's addressed and I'll bring it forward and where specifically that is. But yes.
Great, thank you. And then regarding the safe parking, so I know when this came before council in February, we were given 3 options of a basic operation, a program operator, and a housing focus program. And I think the majority of council were supportive of the housing focus shelter, which came at a price tag of, I believe, $530K, not $315K. And I know we'll have a more robust discussion on June 22nd, but as a placeholder, why do we choose $315 versus $530 for this program?
You'll have some options. We're trying to figure out how to fund it longer term. We'll be looking specifically at that. We were going to be focusing on a 6-month pilot program. We were hoping, as I said, to engage with the county and potentially divide these costs between the 2 agencies. That hasn't progressed as much as we like. So while we're putting the 315 holder out there, there may be some more conversations to be had about the investment. But the idea that we were trying to get to the finish line is a partnership arrangement with the county and advancing this conversation.
Right. And I appreciate that. As I've mentioned many times, we have to take a regional approach to this. I'm just hoping we don't come to that close to budget approval where we have to find another, $200K to do an evidence-based, housing-focused, safe parking program versus a less service-intensive program.
Well, as we look at potentially what ARC funding is, we're going to look at that as well. But the reality is that somewhere we're going to have to find the difference if we can't make up the match, right? So that's the reason we're trying to schedule a study session before you actually get into the budget hearing, because there are some questions about scope, scale, so that the council then can come back in the hearing and make the appropriate adjustment. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. City Manager Sean, I appreciate the report, sir. And I want to echo Council Member Swoldham's comments. In regards to the regional participation, what reasoning did the county give of why they aren't able to participate in the conversations now? And secondly, in regards to finding that funding for the homeless safe parking specifically, is it possible to petition the county to increase their contribution of sales tax or increase the amount that we get through the dividends through sales tax?
So I'm going to defer a little bit to the mayor here on the reasoning. And I know the mayor and the vice mayor were in a conversation with the county that we were hopefully going to see move forward, but I'm going to defer to them on the answer to that particular question.
Yeah, and I'll step in a little bit, council member. We have these conversations that are ongoing, and in fact, we'll be meeting again with the county, I think tomorrow, or at least representatives from the county to talk about how we can better collaborate. And it comes from an understanding that the county and the city now have very similar, if not identical, policies that we are pursuing, as well as this tranche of one-time funding that we're also trying to figure out how we can best utilize it. So I appreciate the city manager putting some funding in here, if not as a placeholder, something that we can do with our own program budgets. I think we all agree that something done regionally and coordinated is going to be better long-term for our community. So we're trying to make sure that we still get to that point, putting our skin in the game. But I'll keep the council in the loop as we have those conversations. And I think by June, when we are set to approve a new program for the council, I think we'll know better how and to what extent we're going to be able to coordinate with the county.
Thank you both.
Vice Mayor, did you have anything to add? Okay, we'll keep you in the loop then. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I did have just one quick question. A lot of these funds are the American Rescue Plan Act funds that we're talking about when we talk about one-time funds. Do we have any idea when we'll have a full understanding of the guidance of how we can utilize those funds?
It is very much a work in progress. What we're trying to do is, you'll see later on in the presentation, we're trying to gear up for a conversation with the Long-Term Finance and Audit Committee on June 10th, and then come back to have a direction and implementation conversation with the council on July, I believe, 13th. So we're trying to really address those issues. I think it's very much in analysis phase. There was I believe 160 some page guidance passed out last week. National League of Cities, League of California Cities, and our own lobby team are working through what that means and trying to parse out some of the language. I think very shortly we're going to get more clarity, and we'll be working with the council to try to drive to that implementation date in July.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions for the city manager? Okay, let's keep moving.
Turn it over to this. Turn it over to City Attorney Sue Gallagher.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. We can go on to the next slide. I will note to begin with, City Attorney's Office is a fully general fund department. I note also that we do on occasion collect attorney's fees in our litigation. Those fees are submitted into the general fund and are not credited specifically to the City Attorney's Office. We have 16 FTEs, and that has been stable now for several years. In terms of the cost escalations and controllable costs, we are asking for additional $120,000 for our outside legal counsel. This additional monies are primarily to address increasing real estate needs. As you heard from Assistant City Manager Jason Nutt yesterday, the city's real estate activity is dramatically increasing. And more, not only are the number of transactions increasing, but the level of sophistication and complexity. In particularly, we're looking at a number of really quite sophisticated transactions that are relating to our downtown development goals. So these additional funds will go towards our outside counsel to assist us as we engage in the process internally to build an internal capacity for more of the real estate work. We do anticipate that going forward, we will still rely in part on outside counsel when we get into some of the larger projects such as a P3. In addition, this money will help to provide assistance in our CEQA litigation. We are seeing an increased frequency in CEQA lawsuits as we are seeing members of the public seek to use CEQA litigation as an avenue to challenge city policy. We do have very strong CEQA expertise within the office, but our CEQA attorney is devoted to advice and environmental review work, as well as providing support for PED generally. So we simply just don't have the resources in-house to devote an attorney full-time to litigation as it comes forward. So those are really the two areas that we are anticipating increased need for outside legal counsel: real estate and CEQA litigation. Next page is our overall budget. A couple of things to note or to highlight. Salaries are increasing not due to any increase in personnel, but simply we have a reclassification in the works, one promotion last year, and a couple of merit increases just on standard course. So those are those increases. Like other departments, we were asked and did look at areas to cut costs. Again, the large bulk of our costs, as in many departments, as in salaries and benefits, our ability to cut other costs is fairly limited. We did reduce our operational supplies. And then you'll see in the category of other miscellaneous, we did cut those costs as well. Again, not large dollar amounts, but it's where we have flexibility, the only place that we have flexibility. The other miscellaneous includes our training. As you may know, attorneys in California have annual requirements for continuing legal education. So this is to help cover that training, conferences, professional dues, of course, we have every year, and a few other matters. You'll also see a reduction in the CIP and O&M projects. This relates to some software that we are have been evaluating to improve the efficiency of our operations. And we still have some money in our funds for that, so we are not looking for any additional funds this year. And that's really a pretty simple, straightforward budget. Happy to answer any questions.
Council members, do you have any questions for the city attorney? I did just want to appreciate really fast, Sue. I know in the last couple of years' budgets, we've allocated some funds for additional work, and I know you have brought that on, and it's been a huge help for your office and for the city, I know. So I did want to acknowledge that that did take place this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next presentation.
The next presenter will be Adrienne Mertens, and she will be she's the lead on presenting communications and intergovernmental relations.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I'm pleased to be here to present the Communications Intergovernmental Relations Office budget, also internally known as CIRO. I will be fairly brief as we have just one slide that is before you now. For fiscal year 2021, this was the first budget for CIRO, and that's why there's no budget history for 1920. Our department budget includes 7 FTEs, the same FTE count as the prior year. For the FTEs budgeted within the department, this includes the director position, 5 FTEs that support the outreach and public information needs of the city, and 1 FTE position that will support the intergovernmental relations and legislative advocacy coordination for the city. Additionally, a communications coordinator and a community outreach specialist that support the water department are embedded in CIRO, though their salaries are reflected in the water department's budget. For a little bit of background, prior to CIRO's establishment, the 7 communications staff in this department were embedded in 5 different departments and provided outreach support only for those 5 departments. Formation of this department created a centralized structure that supports outreach and public information needs spanning across the entire city. This restructuring has ensured we're better aligned with the council goals and priorities. It's also provided us a more comprehensive and cohesive approach to the city's communications to the community, especially in times of crisis or disaster. CIRO's salaries have increased by $180,000. Incorporated in our salaries budget is staff time being charged out to other departments associated with the services that we're providing for certain projects. This includes for capital improvement projects, transit, water, housing, and homeless services. These charge outs reduce our overall budgeted salary in the department. After a full year of experience, our 21-22 proposed budget improves upon where we predicted our time to be spent from last year's budget. The current year has presented a very clear picture around our costs and for where our service support has truly been dedicated. And this is in a year that's included the pandemic, the glass fire, and several other smaller emergencies that had significant impact on where our team has had to dedicate their time. COVID-19 has especially created a shift in our focus and priority areas for service for this team. Certain programs in the city stopped during the pandemic for some time, and so we were not supporting and therefore charging out to those areas. We're instead focused on the public information work related to the pandemic and the health orders. We anticipate that a similar scenario for charge outs will continue into next fiscal year. Even as we emerge from the pandemic, we know the communications team is going to remain deeply involved in the recovery communications related to the pandemic, and which is time that won't necessarily be charged out to other departments. We also know the drought emergency, PSPS events, and fire season will likely to continue to impact where our team spends their time. Part of the salary budget increase also includes $10,000 budgeted for overtime. And this $10K was moved from our advertising budget to make this possible. PSPS, weather events, and other critical incidents require at times tremendous hours outside the normal workday for our hourly FTE positions, and it's made it overtime a necessary plan for this budget. Our benefits increased to $127,000. This is direct correlation between our PERS amounts going higher and also our higher salaries and changes to our benefits of employees. A few other new or increased costs that you'll see in this year's budget are also a result of being new and building our department. This is the first year that Zero is included in IT's cost allocation plan, which added an increase in nearly $57,000 to our budget from last year. Our utility expenses are also increasing as we added the cost of smartphones for all our members of the team to this year's budget. This is a critical tool for all of our team members to have for public information work. And so that did increase those expenses by $16,000 from last year. The remaining costs that make up our department include professional services, which are enlisted to help support and supplement the department work that we do around graphic design. This includes the production of recreation department's activity guide, which is produced twice a year. We also have $14,380 in operational supplies, which includes our print and copier services, our office supplies, and ongoing subscriptions to services that aid in our team's daily work. This includes media management and monitoring tools and a survey development service. For our miscellaneous line item, this is really comprised of our cost to implement outreach deliverables, such as our printing, advertising, postage, and translation services needs. And that sums up the Zero budget. I will turn it back to you, Mayor, and the council for any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have questions? Councilmember Alvarez?
Not really a question, but a comment. I just want to thank Irene and the team for producing flyers for me personally to do outreach to my community. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. We look forward to continuing to work with you this next fiscal year.
All right, thank you so much.
Next up will be Amy Reeve, and Amy's the Director of Human Resources, and she'll be presenting their proposed budget for 21-22.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm Amy Reeve, Director of Human Resources. And as Adrian mentioned, we have a one-page budget overview for the council this morning. And we have a minimal change here of 1.4%, although we did attempt to decrease costs throughout our budget. We had a few items and initiatives that did result in a slight increase, which include the labor negotiations budget that we're adding for this year, executive recruitments, and the diversity, equity, and inclusion work that we're doing with Seek Collaborative and with the new employee that was added to staff. It's pretty straightforward. Our salaries went up slightly, and our benefits went up accordingly as well. As others have said, that's a result of the increase in salary costs related to merit increases and adding staff, as well as the corresponding PERS costs. I'm happy to answer any questions before turning it over to the risk management budget.
Council members, any questions? All right, let's keep moving.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Dominique Blanqui. I'll be going over the Risk Management Fund. This is an internal service fund, so it's not general funds. So these are allocated out to across all departments. And as you'll see, there are some significant increases looking at PERS Health, looking at liability insurance, and the property and fire insurance. Overall, we were still able to kind of stay in line from 1920 actuals with a 7.1% increase. The reason why PERS Health is going up is they are trying to keep their highest cost plans from collapsing. You need so many members within a healthcare plan to make it actually suffice. So they have done price hikes of up to 51% on their lowest plans. Where our membership kind of lands in that is that roughly 16.9% increase that we're seeing there. And those are where our safety lives for benefits. On the liability insurance, there's multiple things happening with the liability insurance. So probably 6 years ago, there was about 20 carriers in the market. Now there's only about 3 or 4 who are willing to underwrite California due to our high cost of our claims payouts. Our pool has seen higher settlement amount the past 2 to 3 years. Member losses between now and our renewal, which is end of June 30th, will also impact those rates. The projection that we were getting from the reinsurance market is that we're looking at a 56.4% increase compared to last fiscal year. Our premium roughly last year was, I believe, 1.2, and we're looking at this year at a 2.3. And that's also with the pool taking on additional pooled layers. So instead of it being the 500,000 to $1 million, we're looking on taking up to 2 million. So the pool is looking at a restructuring based off of the availability of the current insurance market. But again, I won't have that finalized until our board meeting, which is later this week. Property and fire insurance, due to the global pandemic with COVID-19, wildfire losses, and hurricanes, it's been a difficult year for that market as well. Other significant increases is in cyber liability and pollution. Property insurance is expected to increase 40%. And again, not to like scare you with numbers, but even though, let's say the cyber is looking at a 200% increase, that will make the total premium for the pool 180,000, and our portion of that is roughly 20,000. So when I'm saying these different increases, some of them, they're just compacting with a different like pollution cyber. So it's not, you know, millions of dollars, but these are significant increases that are looking at moving forward. And I think that about covers kind of the hardening of the market, what's going on there, and why we're seeing these significant increases on especially those 3 lines of the insurances. Are there any questions?
Council members? All right, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, thank you.
I think we covered the detail here, Amy, in Dominique's presentation. So we're moving on to information technology.
So before we go to IT, I just wanted to ask some global questions, Mr. City Manager, mostly for you, Amy. We've had the emphasis in the discussion around our equity work, and I just wanted to know, how is that reflected in some of the changes in your budget? And is there some additional asks that the council should be considering, particularly as we start to look at our one-time funding?
Sure, thanks for that question. As the council is aware, we did go ahead and contract with Seed Collaborative this year. And so that funding is in our budget, and they are prepared to deliver 3 deliverables for the city related to equity plans for police, fire, and the city in general. In addition, we did add 1 staff member to our HR team with that focus area. I expect that we will be coming in the future with additional requests for funding as we continue to develop plans and programs in this area.
I think to answer the question further, Mayor, I think specifically SEED will be bringing forward recommendations that will have structural changes associated with them, but also resource allocation changes and additional resource requests. So that's going to be part of the deliverable that comes out of their work.
Will the council see those 3 deliverables before the June 22nd, even just in draft form?
No, because remember, it's a year-long process that we're undertaking. So they're going to come back in the summer and give you an update of where they're taking, but the final contract runs out next year. And so the final deliverables will be tied up with those resource allocation requests.
Okay, understood. And I hope that we will continue to have that conversation when we have our one-time funds discussion, because I think from the interest that I've heard from council members, we would want to set aside some of those one-time funds for the actual implementation of these plans. And that's a sizable chunk of money that we can draw on to actually do something meaningful. So I don't want us to lose sight of it just because the plans might not be timed appropriately with when we consider one-time funds.
Absolutely. We will keep that on the list of considerations and make sure that we remind council that those are in development and the price tags are uncertain.
Great. Thank you so much. We can move on.
And now I'll turn it over to Brian Tickner to present the IT.
Good morning, Mayor Rogers and members of council. I am Brian Tickner, the IT section manager. Eric McHenry is unavailable at the moment, but he may join us shortly. So today, the uncontrollable costs that we wanted to cover really are our software cost increases. We have about $114,000 in our what we call enterprise software, which is basically software packages that span one or more departments, in many cases, all departments of the city. So things like e-permit hub, I think you heard when PED presented theirs, there's some electronic plan review software that we are working on now. And then cybersecurity software, we've done a lot of increases in that area to increase our cybersecurity. And with that, it includes some cost increases. Microsoft licenses, we use across the board. Most all employees in the city have some form of Microsoft licenses, and that continues to increase. And then our Zoom licenses for public meetings, as you know, online meetings and such. So our Zoom licenses have increased. Overall, that software budget for our enterprise software is about 30 different third-party packages, but those are some of the highlights on some of the ones that have gone up the most. For O&M project costs, we have about $47,000 in increases for PC replacements. Most of you probably know that we implemented a PC replacement program several years ago now, where all of the departments put in an annual amount to replace their PCs and laptops when they are no longer in service or serviceable. And so this last year, there was an increase in particular, a lot of people working remote. And so we had to procure some additional laptops for remote work. And the laptops are a little more expensive than the desktops. We also have a transfer of one FTE from the fire department. I know Jim Orange, the ASO with fire, talked about that some yesterday. But basically, there was a technical or an application specialist in fire that was promoted, leaving a vacancy there. And so what in talking with fire, we felt that that position would better serve the city if it was centralized out of IT, still working on fire technology activities, but really working with the core IT group. And so we're transferring that one position is what that's about. Next slide, please. So our overall budget, the salaries and benefits piece really is most of the change there is due to that transfer of that one position from fire into IT. The professional services of the $2.2 million for the upcoming year, about $1.8 million is for enterprise software that I just spoke of, about 30 different third-party packages. We also do a lot of in-house development where we can for software as well. We probably have about 80 different applications that we support in-house, but these other ones are third-party applications. Just looking through these other ones, we have a line item for information technology, which might be interesting. Why does IT have an IT line item? But that's specifically for PC replacement within the IT department itself. So we are also part of the PC replacement program, and that's the cost for that. And then down at the bottom, CIP and O&M projects, that is really reflected mostly heavily of the PEG funds, the Public Education and Government funds that we use to help do things like building out city council and being able to stream public meetings and such. A big part of it's that, and then a lot of it's network infrastructure and internal infrastructure to run the city's information technology. And next slide, please. So the unfunded additional needs request, really we have two this year. One is $85,000 to upgrade our current existing Laserfish records management system to make it what the state of California requires to be turned a trusted system, which ultimately is a system, there's a lot of factors that go into it, but ultimately a system that that records, basically it would be virtually impossible to change a record. By being able to do this, we would be able to destroy our paper documents. And so we have thousands of paper documents still over the years that are in storage. Different departments are paying individual storage fees for it. It's difficult to retrieve those documents oftentimes. What we'd like to do is upgrade the existing system to make it a trusted system, which would really accomplish two things. One, we'd be able to destroy paper documents. And two, we'd be able to, as part of digitizing those records, we'd be able to make them more available to the public online. So that's that project. And then we do have a needs a request for one FTE for a media services technician. Right now, we currently have one FTE plus a couple of temporary positions that do things like steer the cameras in the council chambers. But the media services technician, we've seen a significant increase in public meetings over the last year, both from boards and commissions and other public meetings that we need to stream. And there's the complexity of being able to do that. In many cases, it's also at remote locations. Some of the things coming up too is we expect to need to do this simultaneously, say at UFO, from our UFO facility, as well as the council chambers. And we really need a position to be able to help support that, as well as support the officials with getting their logins, getting their PCs set up, and being able to get online and trained and so forth. So that's really something that we're looking to try to improve there. And those are the three slides we have. Are there any questions?
Council members, any questions? Well, Brian, I did have one, and I know Mr. McHenry knows it's been a particular interest of mine. I've been sending him articles of security within local government systems that keep getting hacked, and then jurisdictions are then blackmailed for access back to their systems. I see a little bit of an increase in some of our support around that issue. I'm just wondering does IT feel like it has the resources that it needs to be prepared to prevent something like that from happening, or how are you preparing for that?
Actually, it looks like Mr. McHenry just joined us. I'll let him address that question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rogers. Yeah, we do routine testing for our cybersecurity vulnerabilities throughout the year. We also are a little bit with the police department, other organizations, FBI. We're generally made aware of ongoing or upcoming threats, and we take the best measures we can. Frankly, in a lot of these situations, the most important thing is to have strong backups, which help us recover or give options for ransomware attacks, much like what happened to the water distribution, the pipeline distribution. But we also do a good job with our backups and cybersecurity training. So we believe we're relatively well prepared. I will say, though, that the extent of the recent attack was something that the U.S. really has not seen before, and it greatly concerns us. So I believe we're about as well prepared as a city our size can be, but it's definitely a concern to all of us in this space about what might happen in the future.
All right, thank you. And then obviously, as we know more, if we need additional resources to be able to combat something like that, I look forward to having that discussion.
I just want to add one more thing. So as part of an audit of our cybersecurity insurance, which is going to right now, the auditors who are strongly versed in cybersecurity awareness and threats and prevention, they ask a 3 pages worth of questions to make sure that we understand where we are vulnerable in our assets and data protection and privacy and things like that. So yeah, no, we're very aware of it, and we're paying strong attention to it.
Great, thank you. And then perhaps a question down the road. We have later in the presentation a discussion for non-departmental broadband. And so if you could just be available in case I have some questions once we get to that discussion point for you as well.
Of course.
All right.
So thank you. Now I will turn it over to Jan for the finance department and non-departmental.
Good morning, Mayor Rogers, City Council members. I'm Jan Mazik, Chief Financial Officer. And just a little bit about the finance department before we get started. We've got 90 full-time equivalents. And in addition to the general financial management of the city of Santa Rosa, we also provide services related to water, parking, and purchasing. If we can go to the next slide, please. So in the big scheme of things, our budget is completely flat year over year for the next year relative to this, notwithstanding that there are some changes in certain line items. One of the big changes that significant percentage increase is in professional services. I mean, that's a category that involves really the costs of doing business on behalf of the city, tax administration, report writing, business license tax, audit, and services, and some consulting services. I think other than that, it's pretty flat and not much there for discussion. In IT, our IT costs are somewhat down this year. We're a big user of IT, obviously, but our costs in that category are relatively down. Next slide, please. So the biggest change here is in terms of the parking district fund. We also have some capital improvements. Kim Nadeau will be talking about that a little bit later in the presentation. I don't really have much else to add. And at this point, if there are no questions, Shelley Riley will deliver the non-departmental budget.
Counselor, are there any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
So morning, this is Shelley Riley. I will be introducing the non-departmental slides. Just to give some background on non-departmental, these are all expenditures that are not specific to any city department. Included in this budget are the cost for the animal shelter, the Sonoma County administration fee for the collection of property taxes, the Sonoma County Transportation Authority costs, the general fund portion of the liability, property, and fire insurance, any costs related to the general fund employees' retirements or separation from the city, contract costs for the local agency formation commission and annual revenue audit, and as well as the offset for the general fund administrative cost plan. This again is the cost plan you've seen running through all the non-administrative departments. This charge is a credit in the non-departmental because it is a net zero across the entire general fund. And then lastly, we have debt service payments that are the non-general portion. So as far as uncontrollable costs, again, the risk management talked about the general fund portion of liability and property insurance. There was a 30% increase, $525,000 higher than last year on the general fund side. And as well as we have increased costs for employee separation. Whenever there is an increase to employees' salaries, this cost goes up. But this is also slightly offset because we are not budgeting for a cost of living adjustment for next year, as all the unions are still in negotiations. So next slide. Again, this is the general fund portion. You can see the credit went from about $4 million last year to $6 million. Although we do obviously have expenditures running through these, this is an overall credit balance. So for salaries, decreased by about $1 million, again, due to the cost of living not being taken into account. Benefits went up by about $10,000 to $25,000. This is benefits that we pay for retired employees that CalPERS requires us to make additional payments. Professional services increased by about $155,000 due to a request for about $200,000 through the broadband, as well as there are other things running through professional services, for instance, the animal shelter, the contract services. The other huge change that we had was with the O&M projects. As you'll remember, last year council decided to move the police budget back to baseline. So the extra funds were moved here, and this year those are now reflected in the police department's budget for the mental health collaborative. Next slide. So once again, here's the $2,000 for broadband that can be paid for with possible ARPA funding. Next. So this chart includes the general fund portion as well as the debt service portions of the non-departmental budget. As you can see, the pension obligation and courthouse square leases had slightly lower payments this year. Those are all based on the debt schedule as well as the fire station capital lease, which was flat. This one, I should point out, is paid for by Measure O. And with that, if you have any questions, I could take them now, or possibly Eric McHenry can take them if they're about broadband.
All right, thank you so much. That is my first question, is really, that slide doesn't really tell us too much about what the citywide broadband is. So I'm just looking for a little bit more information on this.
So I'm not, Jan, did you want to take that?
Sure. So, Mayor Rogers, that's a good question. Actually, it would be on behalf of this citywide project, and we've been having discussion with the TPW, or the Assistant City Manager, Jason Nutt, as well as IT, about possibly using let me say this, about possibly extending broadband into certain parts of the community that, may at this point be underserved in that regard. And so that's where the conversation came from. One of the things that is within, I think, the ARPA funding scope, which I didn't really want to, because we're going to come back and talk about one-time costs. But that's where you're seeing parts of this budget, just getting them places where they need to be. The proposal regarding broadband would be just managed out of non-departmental, and that's the cost for hiring a consultant to do that solicitation for possible providers, should we get there.
So I think if you'll remember, the Rescue Act dollars is coming in 2 tranches. And right now, as an organization, there are a lot of questions we can't answer about the expansion. So this first phase would be to develop a plan to, in the second phase, potentially have the plan set in motion so that you could fund actual construction. So right now we don't have a plan about broadband. The attempt here is to develop that plan, and then that could be a potential funding for a second series, which is one of the highlights of the rescue plan. So we'd be looking at, as the CFO said, be looking strategically at areas of the community, and we would bring that forward for council for consideration. But in absence of a plan, we don't really have something to apply the funding to, and the funding has a tight time turnaround, right? So those are this is a strategy. We'd be asking council to consider funding this with ARPA money so that we could get the plan in place and then potentially do that investment in phase 2 of the American Rescue Act. So that's the strategy.
Okay. I guess I'm just a little bit confused, Mr. City Manager, because I'm wondering where this fits in with the council's priorities. Because we've loosely talked about broadband. It's been brought up a number of times, but it doesn't seem to fit within the council's top priority.
And that's maybe what the council decision is. There's been a lot of communication about access, supporting access and equity within the community, supporting this type of endeavor as an economic development tool. We're not saying we're proposing it. It would be part of the one-time conversation. It is not funded. It's only funded as if you would make that choice. And so that's simply what it is a point of discussion. We can't meet. So one of the highlights of and one of the things that they're pointing out in Rescue Act dollars is you could fund broadband investment. Since we don't have a plan to do that, you're not going to be able to take that particular aggressive posture. So we wanted to give council the option to consider, do you want us to go here? It would be part of the one-time conversation, but we would need the plan before we could do the actual investment. So you're right, it's not on the list, but it is a high priority coming out of the Rescue Act directive.
Okay, and I can appreciate that, and I can see how it does touch on some of the other issues such as equity and economic development. That makes sense. I just want to make sure we're really clear with our limited funds, what's going to do a study and what's going to do the implementation. And so I look forward to learning more.
What I'm trying to say is we would need the study prior to doing the implementation. We're tagging that for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor, you had your hand up?
Well, I was just going to go on the equity piece. As far as us wanting to have more equity within our city, this would be a way to do that. So if it's not, it is our priority. It is one of our priorities, but it was not written down, I guess you could say, as it is being presented to us. But equity is definitely one of our priorities.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Council? Councilmember Alvarez?
Not to mention it would be a great addition to a library and the outreach they could do. Thank you.
That's also noted.
And I just to jump off of that, you've also heard in the past how expanding our broadband might actually help our resiliency efforts in safety for the community. So I think there's some multifaceted. We just don't have the plan in place right now. So we wanted to manage expectation that you could do the planning with these dollars.
Yeah, no, I completely understand, Mr. City Manager. The information that was provided to the council and the public was a blank slide with a dollar amount. So I just want to make sure we're very clear with what these dollars are intended for. Councilmember Fleming?
Yeah, I'm going to just tag on to that and in case staff is looking to count to 4 people who want to be very clear about wanting what you all are talking about. Thank you.
Okay, let's go on to the next part.
So the next part will be the enterprise funds, and Kim Nadeau will kick us off with, we'll flip to these. These are the funds that will be reviewed today, and Kim will be starting with the parking fund. Welcome aboard, Kim.
Good morning, Mayor Rogers and council members. Kim Nadeau, Parking Manager. I'll be presenting the budget for the Parking Enterprise Fund. For background, as an enterprise fund, the parking program is designed to be self-sustaining, generating sufficient revenues from parking user fees to pay for operations and maintenance of the parking facilities and CIP projects to extend their useful life. I think we can jump ahead a couple slides here. Great, thanks. This slide provides a summary of the proposed parking fund budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Revenues and transfers in are projected to come very close to covering operations and maintenance costs. The transfer in is from the general fund to reimburse the parking fund for the cost of providing parking enforcement services, and the parking citation revenue that is generated is recorded in the general fund. The bulk of the use of parking fund reserves is for capital improvement projects for repairs to the 5th Street and the 7th Street garages. and that's shown on the CIP expenditure line of 1.2 million. The transfers out are for $115,000 contribution from the parking fund to the downtown community benefit district, and $5,700 to the water department for CityWorks integration costs for parking. That is the new asset management plan that the city is implementing. So the total drawdown from the parking fund available balance for the upcoming fiscal year is estimated to be just under $1.7 million. Next slide, please. For the current fiscal year, the parking fund is estimated to see revenue reductions of about 50% or $2.8 million due to impacts related to COVID and temporary waivers of parking fees to support downtown during the shelter-in-place restrictions. A $1.1 million drawdown of parking fund reserves is estimated for this year, with an estimated fund balance on June 30th, 2021 of $7 million. Funding has been allocated in previous years for several ongoing CIP projects, including garage repairs, elevator modernization, and replacement of the garage access and revenue control equipment, all of which are underway at this time. Next slide, please. The outlook for next year is improving, with revenues projected at 75% of pre-COVID levels. Expenditures are expected to exceed revenues by $1.7 million, largely due to CIP projects. As I mentioned earlier, we've got 2 garage repair projects proposed in this budget, along with the transfers out for the community benefit district, and we're estimating about a $331,000 O&M deficit. The parking fund reserve balance is projected to be $5.3 million on June 30th of 2022. Next slide, please. For the upcoming budget year, parking is eliminating 1.5 vacant full-time equivalent positions, including a full-time senior administrative assistant and a part-time parking operations coordinator. This continues parking's ongoing efforts to control costs and seek operational efficiencies. And next slide, please. This slide is reviewing the parking fund capital improvement program. The left column shows projects that have been previously budgeted in prior fiscal years and also includes the $1.2 million for garage repairs proposed for this upcoming budget. The right-hand column shows future CIP projects that have been identified through facility assessments to be completed in the next 10 years. The parking fund reserve balance will need to be replenished in coming years in order to fund these projects, as we are seeing the reserves dipping down to $7 million at the end of this year and $5.3 million as of June 30th, 2022. Next slide, please. So regarding one-time funding, the parking fund has experienced significant impacts due to COVID, including reduced parking volumes that we associate with employees working from home, and reduced capacity at retail and restaurant establishments, drawing fewer people downtown, and that the temporary reduction and waiver of some parking fees. So these have resulted in a combined revenue reduction of about $4 million for fiscal year 1920 and 2021, with another $2 million estimated for fiscal year 21-22. Fortunately, the parking program had been experiencing robust growth before COVID and had a healthy fund balance that has allowed parking to weather these challenging times. An extension of the current garage parking reduction fees, which are set to expire on June 30th, 2021, if those were extended to the end of this year to December, would create additional revenue reductions of about $60,000 a month or $360,000 to the parking fund. This reduction would be greater if parking volumes recover more quickly. American Rescue Plan funds could be considered to backfill these COVID-related revenue reductions to the parking fund. We are seeing an increase in parking activity since the easing of restrictions in late February and expect full recovery to pre-COVID levels by fiscal year 22-23. And that's the final slide that I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, we'll start with Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kim. I appreciate the challenges of operating a parking program inside a city where parking is always such an issue. I have a curiosity question about the elevators. What constitutes an upgrade of an elevator as opposed to a full-on replacement or repair?
Well, we're replacing the components of the elevator, not the whole entire system. So I believe that would be why it's termed a modernization and not an entire replacement. I'd have to get back to you on more specifics and talk to our engineer for more specifics on that.
That's okay. I think you pretty much answered the question. It's just a curiosity. Just the word upgrade made me wonder, what does that mean? So thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So, hi, Kim. Thank you. I just wanted to tell you again, and I believe you received my message, that a lot of people don't really like parking or parking tickets or anything associated with it. But when you have such great staff as you do, and I was able to interact with a gentleman on a Saturday, and he had a smile while he was passing out tickets, but was also very nice and friendly to the public. I think that makes it a little bit more bearable in order to have the tickets and things being passed out. So I just wanted to thank you for having such an awesome staff.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, as does my team, and I agree with you. They're doing a great job in some tough times.
Any other questions for staff? All right, thank you so much, Director.
Next up, we have the Bennett Valley Golf Course Enterprise, and Jen Santos will be presenting.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, members of the Council. I'm Jen Santos, Deputy Director for Parks, and I'll be presenting the Bennett Valley Golf Course Enterprise. Let's go to the next slide. So this is just basically a recap, not new information, but we wanted to give you a big recap before we get started. So last year we did have a closure of the golf course and the restaurant for about 48 days due to COVID health restrictions. And once the health restrictions lifted, we were able to get back to golf, and it resumed and really began to thrive. It was one activity that could be done during the restrictions, and it's been a great success so far, getting back to golf. The current operator's agreement will expire next year on July 1st, and the operator is not seeking renewal. And for the restaurant, Legends based their model for revenue from banquet services. And when the county health order restrictions regarding indoor gatherings really didn't allow for banquets, it was put a huge financial strain on the ability of the restaurant to earn income. And so while they did provide some food services for a while, the banquet services were fully closed, and ultimately the restaurant closed in winter of 2020. Their last date was December 8th of 2020, and it remains closed, of course. Next slide, please. And so it's just a reminder, it's remained closed right now until a permanent operator or alternative operator is available. And what we did in replace of that as a temporary stop measure is to provide food truck and food vendor services. We started that on April 16th, and it's working really well. And the staff are considering running into the weekdays to expand the services because it is working very well. So we're glad to be able to provide that food and beverage as a temporary service. There's no cost to the city with that either. So next slide. And with this slide, rather than going into a bunch of super fine details, we just wanted to give you the idea over the last few years. On the left-hand column is the monthly income for revenue. This is the revenue trends year over year. And on the bottom, you see starting July on the left and ending June, a full fiscal year. And so this trend that you see here is really common over the last 10 years. We see a reduction in revenue as we go into the winter months and a rise in revenue as we come back out into the summer months. It's really common. There's some ups and downs when we have fires and smoke, different things going on. But otherwise, this is generally a trend that has been steady even through COVID and fires and things like that. Next slide. So what we wanted to do before we jump into proposed budget is look at where we're at right now. And the current enterprise revenue is higher than a typical average, or it's just about at the average we would have, whether we have restaurant and golf or just golf. So we're doing much better than we usually do with golf this year. And it's making up the difference for the most part between having the restaurant there or not. We expect to earn about $394,000 in revenue this year. So that's pretty high considering that's a typical average for both restaurant and golf. And so this is just golf. However, as in all the previous years, the revenue we earn from all of our sources, which is the golf, the restaurant before, and our cell tower leases, does not cover all the debt services we have with O&M and debt service together. So therefore, we anticipate that we'll need to use about $103,000 this year from the reserves as we roll into next year. We also wanted to mention that we did complete the purchase of new golf equipment to upgrade the equipment for mowing. It has lots of attachments. It's a really fantastic new system for mowing and doing a variety of chores to maintain the golf course. Next slide, please. And so when we look at our projected budget as we roll into this next fiscal year, 21-22, we anticipate the same. We anticipate the same revenue, $394,000. And we'll anticipate very similar O&M expenditures at around $81,000. And the transfers out is our debt. Essentially, we have our non-taxable debt service for the upgrade of the 2 buildings at the golf course in 2005. And we also have repayment of the park development impact fees. All 3 of those, the taxable debt, the non-taxable debt, and the park development impact fees total $455,000 a year. And so when you combine the O&M expenditures with the debt, the transfers out, and you subtract what we anticipate to earn in revenue, we anticipate next year to use the $143,000 from the reserves as we roll into next year. And so let's go to the next slide. There's a different way of looking at it. And so this is just kind of a written version of what you just saw in a different way. So again, we project $394,000 in revenue. This is assuming we don't make any changes with the restaurant in the next year and add to that revenue. And then we estimate ending the fiscal year with expenditures exceeding revenues, and therefore we'll need to use $143,000 of the reserves. We do not anticipate budgeting for any new capital projects. We have existing capital projects which we'll go over. We anticipate the same O&M expenditures, very close to that. And of course, our annual debt service is pretty close to the same every year. So therefore, by the time you get to next year, by June 30th, 2022, that's that number again. We anticipate to use $143 and $10 from that. And so let's look at the reserves in the next slide. And so we wanted to put the slide in here so we could look at what is happening from a reserve perspective. As we roll into the end of this year, we'll have $581,000 and $191 in reserves. We anticipate around $103,450 to be used of that. And then we also project that by next year, we'll be using another $143,000 as we roll into the next budget season, which would leave us with a projected reserve of $334,000. It looks like there's an extra one added in there, but essentially $330,000 this time next year. The reserve policy requirement at that time will be a requirement to have $240,000 and $642 in the reserves. So we're looking okay. It's very tight. But all things considered, if we don't have any major changes, this is what we should expect to see this time next year. Next slide, please. And so I think this is the first time we're presenting this information from what I could tell from previous information, but I want to start at the very bottom of the slide. Estimated capital funds available as of this year. Those are the $1 and $2 capital improvement fees added on to the golf fee every time somebody golfs. So we started that fee back in, I think, 2017, and this is collected every year. And we have a total of $315,664. We haven't spent any money from that today, and I'll explain why. And then on the left, you have our existing capital funds that I talked about earlier. We have an irrigation systems repair line item with $117,000 in it. And we have a tree planting and maintenance project with $80,000 in it. And so we do anticipate to use a significant amount of those as we roll into next year. If any of you have been to the golf course, I counted at least five new additional trees that need to come out. On my last visit, we're having some loss of trees. And so it is costly to take those trees out. And we do anticipate at least half of that, if not all of it, will be spent into this next fiscal year to remove the trees and remove the log that is created afterwards as well. The irrigation system repair at $117,000. We have a irrigation system that's over 50 years old. And so we are starting to see significant problems with the irrigation system and whole manifolds needing to be replaced, which is expensive, around $12,000 every time we have to do that. So we want to leave that available. So as we need it, we can go and use that to either proactively upgrade or have it available as needed. It's certainly not enough funds to replace all of those if they broke at once, but it's there and available, and we do use it for those repairs as needed to keep the system operational. The other thing that we wanted to talk about was, while we know we have $315,000 in the funds collected for the golf fees, we also have $197,000 in existing funded projects. We know there's a significant need going forward. And so just to go through those quickly, the irrigation replacement is estimated, we estimate to be about $2.5 million to replace the irrigation system. Part of the irrigation system is a future well. Right now, the way we collect water right now is not sufficient to really get us through the next 50 years of this golf course. And so we need to have water storage so that we can pump the water out, store it in a well, and store it in a tank and pump it into an irrigation system. So $500,000 is also in that fee for that future potential well. We also know that the water department is interested in putting a groundwater well at this site, and they're starting investigated studies into that. And so we would have the opportunity to join forces and utilize their services for an enhanced and deeper well at the site, and could also therefore, so that $500,000 is for our portion of connecting to that future water system. It's not available in any of the funds you see here necessarily, but we anticipate that coming forward. In an initial study of the golf course, we have at least $60,000 worth of upgrades for the pathways and cart paths to make them ADA compliant. This is not an exhaustive study of the needs of the golf course, but that's a first pass over it. We also have some drainage and just basic landscaping needs that need to happen at the golf course. If any of you have been to the golf course, when it does rain out there, it is pure clay. So it really does collect water and holds water until it can run off and drain into the local creeks. So there's some need for some updates there, and also some landscaping improvements. If you've been to the pro shop, you'll see that landscaping across from the pro shop is in need of some design and retrofit. It's a bit of a mess right now. So there's some anticipated funds needed for that, and an analysis of the restaurant upgrades. These are not aesthetic updates. This is not changing how it looks. This is just getting it to open the door, or about $242,000. We can go in and open it right now, but there are some problems with that. And so these funds would address those problems that we have in the restaurant. And so as we roll forward, we'll be having these discussions. We're fortunate to have the ad hoc so that we can have these discussions about how to strategize about using the little bit of funds we do have and how do we use that moving forward, knowing that we're going to have a new operator starting next year. So there's a lot of moving parts right now, and we really want to be able to have the discussion about the best and highest use of the funds we have, rather than diving into something that can be held off, and we can use this money for potentially combining to get the well services that we need. So that's a lot of information. I'll turn it back over to the mayor if you have any questions.
Council members, do you have any questions? Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, thank you, Jen. Appreciate the report, and it was great to walk that beautiful place with you not too long ago. So I appreciate that very much. And in regards to the water usage, I know that just yesterday we did a resolution in regards to the voluntary 20% reduction. What practices, if any, are being implemented at the golf course to reduce the water usage?
I appreciate that question, and it's mirroring something similar to what we're doing for our regular parks. We're just cutting back on some services, especially in the fairways where it's less critical. And we certainly want to keep those putting greens that we have out there and the tees green, but we can tamper it back just a little bit in the fairways. But given that it's an outdated system, there is a limit to what we can do with the existing irrigation system, but the landscaping areas and the fairways are where we'll be cutting back.
All right, Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jen, for this information. Very helpful. A couple things on slide 118, you have the golf enterprise year-over-year revenue trends. Is there any way we could separate what's the revenue trend for golf? What was the revenue trend for restaurants? And I know you said there was zero. Is this just a golf revenue trend, or is there any way we can separate those two?
We can, when we come back to the council, we can show a separate year over year. But right now that you're seeing a combination of both, both revenue. For both.
That would be very helpful for me. And then you also talked about having that food truck. You said it's costing us nothing. Is it generating any revenue?
It is not generating any revenue. It's just mutually beneficial. We were able to find some food truck operators that were willing to come out. And so not generating any revenue, but we aren't spending anything either.
Okay. And then you'd also mentioned with some of the capital costs, and you specifically mentioned the park development fees. Is that just repaying another park? Can you explain a little bit more about what you meant by the park development fees as a cost line item?
Sure, absolutely. So initially when the golf course took the bonds out from the bank to fund the updates in 2005, we also borrowed from park development impact fee quadrant funds. And so this is a payback of that borrowing of those funds. So it's about $63,000 a year or so.
But that's all City of Santa Rosa. We can control the ebb and flow of those dollars in between the four funds for the park development fees.
That's correct.
Okay. And I had one additional question. And so you had said the ad hoc will be continuing to meet, so they will be talking now, because I know there had been, when we first had this council discussion about potentially having a single operator for both the restaurant and the golf operator when the golf operator contract ends in June. Can you give us an update on the schedule that in those discussions might occur?
Sure. I mean, I'm not exactly sure of the schedule, but what we plan to do is have a discussion about the next steps towards evaluating what kind of operator. So that is pending. Those are the next conversations we're going to have, because we need to get that done right away. So we're having that discussion about whether to hire a consultant to help us understand what our best move is for next year before we go out for the RFP to hire another operator, or whether we should be doing this on an internal level and having those discussions internally. So that's going to happen sooner than later in the next month or two at the latest.
And all that's going through the ad hoc, I assume.
Yes, and it will all come back to the council for final decisions, but we're having conversations at the ad hoc level first, yes.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, so council, we'll take a 5-minute break here. We'll come back, we'll do the presentations for the transportation and water enterprise funds. Then we'll take a quick lunch, and then we'll finish up the day with our discussion around one-time funds, as well as the citywide CIP program. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, Madam City Clerk, we ready to resume?
Yes, we are.
All right, let's go ahead and take the roll really fast.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm. Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers. Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Schwedhelm and Tibbetts.
Great, thank you so much. And Mr. City Manager, just as a reminder for the public, we will be taking public comment on our budget presentations once staff have a chance to finish presenting them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next up is Rachel Ead, and she will be presenting the Transit Enterprise Fund.
Thanks. Good morning, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. Members of the council. I'm Rachel Ead, Deputy Director of Transportation and Public Works for the Transit Division, and I'm pleased to present our fiscal 2021 budget as well as some updates on our operational status. So if we can get the slides, please. Slide 125. I'll just continue talking while we're waiting. I'm not seeing slides. I don't know if I'm missing something, but just to provide a quick recap. Oh, great, thanks. As you all know, the transit enterprise, as well as our city transit and paratransit services, have seen some significant impacts from the pandemic, both on the operational and on the revenue side. So quick recap, we did drop to about 25% of our pre-pandemic service level in April 2020, a year ago. We subsequently have restored service up to about 70% of pre-pandemic service hours. We do have 12 of our 14 routes operating. The 2 routes not operating are still being replaced by our call-ahead demand responsive service. We still have 5 routes that are operating at some level of reduced weekday frequency, though we hope to step up service again this summer as the economy reopens and we prepare for school to start in earnest in the fall. As you know, we restored fare collection on February 1st after having suspended fares for nearly a year. And currently we're about 45% of our pre-pandemic ridership level year over year. That is a 63% increase from last year, but we still have a long way to go to recover ridership. Next slide, please. So this is a quick chart that just illustrates where we are with ridership. As you see, we had the substantial drop off in fiscal 1920, the brown line, when the pandemic hit, and we were in the heart of the deepest of the shelter in place orders. Since then, we've seen slow but continual increases in ridership. Even with going back to charging fares in February, we did not see a big ridership decrease. We did expect that, but we continue to see people continue to come back to transit slowly. We hope to see, as I mentioned, as the economy opens up further, as we get ready for school in the fall, to see another bigger step up in ridership in the next few months. Next slide, please. Before getting into our budget information, I just wanted to highlight the critical importance of the federal emergency relief that the transit enterprise has received. To date, we've received over $6 million in emergency relief from both the CARES Act and CRISA. And to be clear, these are separate funding streams of CARES and CRISA then come to the city of Santa Rosa as a government entity. These are specific transit emergency relief funds that flow to public transit agencies through MTC in the Bay Area region. So in our fiscal 1920 budget, we programmed about $2.5 million of CARES Act funds. In the current year, we have about $2 million in combined CARES and CRISA funds. And we are anticipating additional ARPA funds that are still going through an MTC distribution process. But we hope to have the first tranche of those funds allocated in July. And we do expect that we will receive some additional ARPA funds, but a lot remains to be determined about that process. Next slide, please. So in terms of the outlook for the current year, we've been successful in reducing costs by about $1 million year over year. And I'll talk about that in a second. And we've also had the CARES and CRISA funds to program to offset reductions in revenue for many of our revenue sources. The cost savings have been achieved primarily in the areas of staffing. We've had a hiring freeze of about 10 positions open at this point in time, though we are starting to pivot to begin to rehire bus operators so we can further expand service. Our reduced service levels have resulted in savings in fuel, maintenance, and overtime. And we've also had reduced costs in our paratransit contract, which is a large contract, as you know, that funds our entire paratransit operation. There's been significantly reduced demand for paratransit services during the pandemic, so there has been cost savings there as well. Between these cost savings and the federal emergency relief, the good news is we've been able to preserve our operating reserve. We have not had to dip into our reserve to this point. And we've been able to continue our annual capital set aside about 1.6, 1.7 million. That's a critically important piece in our funding program to make sure that we continue to move forward out of the structural deficit that was identified back in 2017, so that we're staying on track in our capital program and are able to sustain our full O&M and capital program moving forward. Next slide, please. So for the outlook for 21-22, as you're all aware, sales tax-based revenues are actually doing pretty well in Sonoma County. And so that includes our State Transportation Development Act, or TDA funds, which make up about 40% of our operating budget. Measure M has shown good recovery. That's a smaller source for us at about 7% of our operating budget, but still very important. We are seeing revenues lag in a couple of areas. State Transit Assistance, or STA, is based on diesel taxes, and that continues to be down. As well as our fare revenue, of course, after a year of fare suspension and lower ridership, we're just starting to get back on track with fare revenue collection. We are budgeting in this budget for increased expenditures because we know we need to further expand services. We need to get more frequency out there for our riders and get some of our suspended services back running. And we also know that paratransit demand should begin to recover as the pandemic eases. So we're hoping to be able to restore a minimum of 80% of our pre-pandemic service level. If additional ARPA funds come in, it could be higher than that, and we hope that it will be higher than that. But that's sort of a conservative estimate of where we can get to initially in the fiscal year, with hopes that we'll be able to build beyond that. So this last bullet just illustrates that we are still relying on CRISA and ARPA, anticipated ARPA funds, to fill a revenue gap. But with the funds that we anticipate, again in 21-22, we do not anticipate having to dip into our operating reserve, and we will be able to continue our annual capital set aside for our capital program fund. Next slide, please. This slide just illustrates the importance of that emergency relief. This is a summary of our major funding sources for transit operations. You'll see that sales tax is recovered, the first blue bar. The sort of lime green portion of these bars represents the STA. We had a big bump in fiscal 18-19 with the passage of SB1 and additional funding allocated, but we've seen that really contract. And I think it's on track to expand again, but it's still reduced for 21-22, at least with the estimates we're working with. You'll also see the blue bar right above that lime green is fare revenue. You can see the significant impact on fare revenue there. It makes up, it's typically about $1.5 million of our budget. So it's about 14%, an important chunk. So we still are in this coming fiscal 21-22, fairly reliant on the emergency funds to be able to continue and to sustain our existing service levels as well as grow them. So we're going to be watching the rest of our revenue sources very closely, as well as doing our best to advocate for ARPA funds so that we can, continue to sustain increased operations into 22-23 and beyond. Next slide, please. So our proposed budget for 21-22 is about 3.9 million. This takes us back to a total that's equivalent to, say, 17-18 or 18-19. So it winds us back in time a little bit from a revenue standpoint. And just to note, this does anticipate about $1.1 million in ARPA funds that we feel fairly confident we'll be able to program in this budget. But this is, again, based on a total between ARPA and CRISA, about 2.5 million of emergency relief in this budget. Next slide, please. Just wanted to touch upon our reserves and our capital funds so you have the whole picture. In fiscal 21-22, we do have $2.1 million programmed out of our capital fund. And just to sort of step back in time for a minute, as we entered the pandemic and we made our budget presentation last year, I mean, we indicated to the council, we're not doing any kind of nice to have capital projects right now or discretionary capital projects. We're really focusing on the fundamental projects we need to sustain our operations and continue on the path with some of council's priorities. So this 2.1 million includes the local match for our first 4 electric buses that are currently on order. It also includes the funding to complete the charging infrastructure upgrades here at MSCS. And then it also includes some things we just have to do, like capital maintenance items, such as replacing engines. This leaves us with our operating reserve of 2.1 million, as well as a match set aside for pending major grant applications we have out there, where we've had to designate match. And these are for 2 grant applications the council has seen in the last few months: our low and no emissions bus proposal to the federal government for more electric bus money, as well as the Quick Strike program application to MTC for funds to rehabilitate the transit mall roadbed. This leaves us with about 2.5 million in our capital fund based on current estimates. And on the next slide, I'll just put that in a little bit of context. Next slide, please. So for our 10-year capital plan, this is again sort of the must-have capital projects, the fundamental capital activities we need to continue with, including vehicle replacement, build out of phase 2 of our electrification infrastructure. So we have the charging infrastructure available as we continue to electrify our transit fleet. The facilities repairs, the 1.1 million, actually does include about $900,000 for the transit mall roadbed rehab. If we are successful in getting the Quick Strike grant we applied for, that will free up some money in our capital program, and it's looking good. So that's good news, as well as ongoing capital maintenance activities and some smaller projects. So over the next, before 2030, we need to bank about $18 million in TDA capital. That number might be reduced because we're continually applying for grant funds for all these activities, and we're often somewhat successful in being able to leverage outside funds. But this just indicates that we need to really be continuing to make that capital set aside on an annual basis to build that TDA capital fund to accomplish these activities for the remainder of our 10-year plan. So with that, I'll conclude, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. Councilor, are there any questions? Vice Mayor?
Hi, thank you for your presentation, Rachel. So I just wanted to check in about student-free ridership, and if that would be something that would need to be in the budget, if there would be a grant for that. Where are we with that?
Yeah, so we have an item coming to council next month on June 8th that is a proposal to pilot youth-free ridership for 18 months. And that is proposed to be funded with grant funds we already have. There are existing grants where we have funding for youth fare subsidy. We've been able to sort of hold on to those funds because after not charging fares for a whole year, the funds have built up. And, our thought was, instead of just extending those funds out for longer, we could have a really high impact by piloting a program that we know the council has been interested in for some time. So we are bringing that forward to council for consideration next month. And those are the Transportation Fund for Clean Air grant funds. So it would be reimbursed from that grant. It wouldn't be affecting our O&M budget.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rachel, you mentioned the call ahead service.
Yeah.
Are people utilizing that, and what lessons are we learning from it?
It's a fairly low utilization at this point in time. We do have some folks who use it who I think find it really helpful. We need to retool that. This was a pandemic measure. It's not the best service design. It's not the most responsive service design. It is a call a day ahead type service. So as we get into the summer and we restart our short range transit plan process, are able to engage with the council, engage with the community, we want to look at those couple of service areas that are currently covered by that service and decide, how do we want to move forward? Is it more of a microtransit? Is it a TNC-based service? We do think something demand responsive is a better fit for those areas. I'm talking about, Fountain Grove, for example, where it is lower density and there's a lower transit demand, but we do have people who really need the service. So what type of service is going to best meet the needs and be most responsive? So I would say what we have now is working okay for a pandemic scenario, but it is not a long-term solution. And so we do plan to have additional engagement on that and evolve that service into something that is going to work better for riders and hopefully be more attractive.
Yeah, that's been one of my biggest question marks too, as we talk about environmental policies and getting people into public transit. the call ahead service seems a little bit more convenient if people utilize it, but are we seeing anybody actually partnering with their neighbors, or are these still single occupancy trips that are just displacing the routes that we're not running?
Yeah, I mean, they're really more single occupancy trips. You know, someone who would have used the bus calling up, and the bus isn't there, so we're providing that ride so they can get to their destination. But it's at this point, it's not a service design that really supports that shared ride type concept. But that's something that we certainly can build into our analysis and our program development, and you know, look forward to discussing more with council about what that could look like.
Great, thank you. And then you mentioned that fare box recovery was expected to be about 14%. And I apologize if I just missed it. Has the governor continued to waive fare box recovery requirements? And if so, are we anticipating at what point those will come back?
Yes, there's been statutory relief from the state legislature for TDA fare box recovery for the current year and next year. In discussions with MTC and some of the other folks who are close to this issue, I think there is some thought that the TDA performance metric may evolve away from fare box recovery to a different type of performance metric, because there have been a lot of issues. There's a lot of desire to provide discounted and fare-free transit throughout the state. And the TDA fare box recovery requirement really inhibits that, because we all have to demonstrate that fare box collection to receive our TDA funds. So I do think that is expected to evolve in a different direction. But for the time being, we don't have to worry about our 20% TDA fare box recovery. We need to build back our ridership, get folks back on the bus, get that revenue back in, but we're not going to get dinged at this point in time because of that requirement.
Great, thank you so much. Council, any other questions? All right, thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Water Enterprise Funds, and leading us off will be Jennifer Burke.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of council. As City Manager McGlynn mentioned, I'm here to present the Water Enterprise Funds. I did want to take a moment just to specifically thank your Board of Public Utilities. We met with the Board of Public Utilities Budget Subcommittee 3 times. We reviewed the budget with the full board in study session, and then the board has reviewed and recommended the budget that's in front of you today. So we did ask a lot of work of the board and really appreciate their review and input. Looking at our budget for next fiscal year, we are recognizing that we are in drought conditions. So we are projecting a reduction in revenue. We're projecting a 10% reduction in revenue due to reduction in water sales. You may ask, well, if we're asking the community to reduce water use by 20%, why are we only projecting a 10% reduction in water sales? In terms of how it impacts our budget and our revenue projections. Our revenue consists not only of usage, or the usage component of our water rate, but it also consists of a fixed component as well as other fees. So this reduction is commensurate with potentially a 20% reduction in customer water use. In addition, if we do sell less water, we purchase less water, so our expenses will go down over time. We do have significant fund balance to cover our projected reduction in revenues. And we are also projecting a very small reduction in our sewer revenue. Our sewer usage is much more stable. It's the indoor portion of the water usage, and it is set by sewer cap, and that really doesn't change much. So we're projecting a very slight decrease in water use. And again, we have fund balance to cover this. If we can go to the next slide, please. We are also continuing to focus on making sure our customers receive assistance in relation to the COVID pandemic. We are continuing to follow very closely any possible funding assistance, either from federal or state government. There are 4 different programs that we are following very closely to see if we can get assistance for our customers to help with the arrearages. We are continuing to follow and run reports to see where we are at. We are consistently remaining about that 1,700 accounts, which is very consistent with typical past due accounts that are 90 days or more in arrearages. And we're continuing to work with those customers, offering them payment plans. We're willing to do whatever we can to assist them. So just wanted to provide the council an update that we're continuing to follow this. We're continuing to look at all opportunities to assist our customers in relation to the pandemic. If we go to the next slide, please. This is an overview of our Water Enterprise Fund. The revenue for our water enterprise comes from water rates and fees, as well as demand fees. As I mentioned earlier, we are reducing the water revenue based on anticipated reduced water sales. We have also reduced expenditures slightly, but as you can see, our expenditures are exceeding revenues, and we have more than enough fund balance to cover this exceedance. If we go to the next slide on the wastewater fund, again, our wastewater enterprise is funded by wastewater fees and charges, as well as demand fees. Our revenue projection is down just slightly. As I mentioned, sewer usage tends to be very, very stable. We are projecting a slight exceedance in our expenditures over our revenues, and we also have significant fund balance to cover this on the wastewater enterprise. If we go to the next slide, this is our regional wastewater enterprise. As the council may recall, this is paid for by our 5 partners in the regional system. That includes the cities of Santa Rosa, Cotati, Rohnert Park, Sebastopol, as well as the South Park County Sanitation District. In addition to working with the Board of Public Utilities, we also met 3 times with our Subregional Technical Advisory Committee, or TAC, and they also have unanimously recommended this budget. Santa Rosa's portion of this budget is paid for out of the wastewater fund. As you can see, we have revenues projected, and then we have our expenditures. You'll also see a rather large CIP expenditure. The council may recall last year we conducted a $70 million bond sale for replacing our UV project out at the treatment plant. And the $30 million of extra CIP funds you're seeing here are coming from the bond funds, and we're expecting to spend that next fiscal year as we start construction on the UV project. If we go to the next slide, this is the last of our enterprise funds, and this is our Stormwater Enterprise Fund. You saw the general fund portion earlier in study session. That was yesterday. This is the enterprise portion. This comes from a calculated assessment that we charge to all parcels within Santa Rosa. And so the revenue comes from that portion. You'll see that we have expenditures. We have a requirement to have 15% of our program budget for the stormwater program in a reserve account. And we have a little over 40% in that reserve account. So we are dipping into that reserve account to spend on some additional CIP projects in stormwater. So that's the use of reserves that you see before you in this slide. And if we go to the next slide, that is our budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
All right, council members, any questions? All right, I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you so much, Director, and thank you to the Board of Public Utilities for their thorough vetting, as I know that their committees are known for doing, of the budget.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, with that, Council, I think we'll take a half-hour lunch break here. Let's come back at, let's call it 12:40. We'll come back for our discussions on the one-time funds, the citywide CIP programs, and then we'll do our public comment on the entire budget after that. All right, Madam City Clerk, let's go ahead and call the roll and resume our meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
So next is a review of the unprecedented one-time revenues that are occurring to the benefit of the city. This will be just touching on some of those issues. As I said, the Long-Term Finance and Audit Committee on June 10th will be looking more in detail at these revenues. And then on the July, I believe, 13th meeting study session, we'll come back to council to receive direction, especially as it relates around the American Rescue Act dollars. And presenting on behalf of the city today is Deputy Chief Financial Officer Alan Alton.
Hey, Sean, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. So over the next several slides, like City Manager said, I'll just give a brief overview of where we are in terms of one-time money. And we will be going into greater detail in these, especially on the uses in the upcoming long-term financial policy and audit subcommittee and the city council in June and July, respectively. So next slide, please. So this graph shows the rather unprecedented amount of non-recurring revenue that we've received or will receive at the city. About $244 million worth. As you can see, the FEMA PA is relative to the Tubbs fire, and those are projects that are continuing, our recovery projects there, and we do have them split out between general fund and water. And then we have all of the other sources of funding that we are attempting to get or have been allocated or have a commitment to be allocated from various other state and federal sources. I will say that of all these, aside from the PG&E settlement funds, there's restrictions on the use of the funds, documentation and reporting requirements, and they're all subject to audit. Next slide, please. So the PG&E settlement funds, $95 million is what we have. These funds have virtually no legal restrictions for their use. So just to set a little context, the city conducted 3 community meetings, 2 in the areas that were heavily affected by the 2017 wildfires, and then 1 citywide meeting. Those occurred in the fall of 2020. And then staff reported out about the community input for the use of those funds to the council in study session in November of 2020. And then we presented a prioritized list of projects to the council at a December 15th study session. The projects represented here show what those that received consensus to fund during the goal setting meetings in February. The funds for vegetation management and wildland resiliency and response were actually appropriated by council at its regular meeting on April 30th. And the other ones received commitments during that goal setting meeting. That leaves about $27 million of funds non-committed so far by the council. Next slide, please. So the slides here, and I believe the next couple of slides represent a summary of projects, and they've been discussed by the departments during their budget presentation. So I'm really not going to go into any detail here. We provided these slides as a summary and roll-up for the council at this point. So next slide. So these are additional onesies from Transportation and Public Works. I think we can move on to the next slide. So in addition to, or one of the funding sources that we have from CDBG has to do with COVID. We were allocated $2.1 million for COVID-specific costs. These are, they take a step back and just say that we try to be as strategic as possible with the use of different funding sources, noting that we can't overlap, and we try to use those and save the general fund for last in any of these funding programs that we go through. So COVID is one that we are actively dealing with, obviously. And the funds represented here are those that aren't covered through FEMA PA, or at least that we are not applying to PA for. They made more sense to go under this CDBG program. As you can see, that what we've done is we've taken the allocation amount and we've been able to program that out over a number of years until we've used up the full allocation of the funds. Next slide, please. So another source of CDBG funds, and these are specifically related to the Tubbs fire, are disaster recovery, infrastructure, and mitigation funds. And we were just alerted in the last couple months that we are committed to be allocated $34 million of those funds, two separate programs, total amount $34 million. We are currently in the due diligence process. What you see on the slide here are those projects that are eligible to be funded with that $34 million. We are putting our primary focus on the fire station because we have no other funding source to be able to pay for that other than the general fund. So we are going through a process now with HCD. As they learn more about our projects, there's a series of requests for information. They want to understand exactly how we go about not only funding the project, but then reporting out on those funds and all that. It is a very extensive process. It's likely that, however, when we get through that, there will still be some amount of local match dollars that will come from the city. So next slide. And now we get into our ARPA funds, and this is extremely fluid, and as we've mentioned a few times during these presentations, that we are still unpacking the regulations that go along with ARPA funds. And just to show how fluid this is, when we did this slide, we were still going with our original allocation amount that was estimated at 36.4 million, the actual amount that we'll be receiving is 34.6 million based off of their latest numbers that they've given us. And we actually received our first tranche today of $17.3 million. We are still analyzing the eligible uses and ineligible uses of the funds. As you can see here, we've tried to lay out as we understand it based on a number of initial writings that came out, some webinars that we're going to, one that actually I'm missing right now to give this. But don't worry, they're all pretty much saying the same things right now. Essentially what they're looking to do is to focus on the negative impacts of COVID. They have a focus on addressing underserved communities, focusing on needs going forward. So they have some very well-known restrictions, which is they can't be deposited into pension funds. One thing that I've noted in recently reviewing the statutes, that they can't be used for reserves or rainy day funds either, which leads to us still trying to understand how we can both be strategic in the use of funds, but also to apply it to the way to where we are not audited later, or at least we negate our audit risk going forward. So next slide, please. So what we have done is we've gone through and tried to assess the estimated losses of revenue through the pandemic. We think there's a specific calculation that needs to be used. So what this is based off of our initial estimated revenue losses, not applying the formula that they're using. This is just us looking at it, and quite frankly, that's because the formula came out after we had already done prepared this slide. So, but this gives you a good sense of where we are in the particular issues that were hit. I will say that they are looking entity-wide in terms of revenue loss, so we will need to try to figure out how that works. But we're looking at about $4.5 million of rec program revenue losses, a significant hit to our hotel tax, transient occupancy tax revenue, and parking violation revenue through this process. So next slide. There were also some citywide losses of revenue. So the other amounts were specific to the general fund. Our parking fund, as Ms. Nadeau stated earlier, there were revenue losses there. We also lost revenue through our tourism BIA fund. And next slide. So what we are, we are developing requests, and we need to do that. We need to start putting plans forward for the use of this and to begin our reporting. One of the reporting requirements of ARPA is to show how we would use the funds, obviously on a very preliminary basis, but they want to see that, those initial uses, and then we'll need to report out going forward. So what we are looking to do is trying to fully understand the regulations around ARPA, as I said earlier, with an eye toward providing flexible and strategic options for the use of the funds, but to still avoid audit risk. So, and I believe that is the end of my slides. I'm available for any questions, should you have them.
All right, council, who wants to start? All right, Mr. City Manager, so we have scheduled in June a discussion about the one-time. What type of feedback do you need from council members today? Or is this just a previewing of that discussion?
This is a previewing. As you see, there's probably going to be some time sensitivity around making sure we get our responses together. So we wanted to get in front of the long-term finance and audit committee, and then we'll come back to council and get direction so that we can start addressing community need and organizational need as quickly as possible.
Okay. Councilmember Schwedhelm, you had a question?
Yes, and a request. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Alan, on slide 143, you identified the 8 funding sources, and you mentioned there's restrictions on 8 of those funding sources, all of them except the PG&E. It would be very helpful for me and the members of the community that I talked to if we had one sheet that kind of gave an outline as to what are the restrictions for each of those funding buckets. Would that be possible for us to get, or for staff to compile, whatever our working understanding is of each of those buckets of funding?
Yeah, and some, especially the federal ones, they kind of overlap. So I think that we'll be able to, but yeah, we can put a summary sheet together.
Okay, that'd be very helpful. And then I've got to ask again now on slide 148, this is the first I've seen a new figure for Fire Station 5. First it was 15 million, then 21 million, and now today it's 23 million. It's hard for me, I'm struggling with that as a council member. And when I talk to members of the community, they're expressing that same concern. Can you give me some information as to how that increased by 2 million from the last presentation when we received from the fire department to prioritize resiliency and infrastructure projects with a cost estimate of $21, and that was earlier this year?
So that's an excellent question.
Alan, would you like me to take us to explain it?
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. So, Councilmember Schwedhelm, the number is actually the same. What it is there was $21 million of need is what you saw in the prior slides. We have approximately $2 million worth of insurance funds that go towards that. That's already in the city's account, and therefore there's no need there. So this is the total cost to deliver, including both soft and hard costs. The $21 million you saw previously was just simply the gapping.
I appreciate that. Again, I'm having these conversations in the community. As that number changes, those are the figures that we're all remembering, not the specific that you just shared. So whatever consistent numbers we can have, so this is the cost of it, I would appreciate more consistency.
I certainly understand that, council member. We'll make sure we're better prepared the next time.
All right, Alan, if I can have you go to slide, I think it was 144. Yeah, great, thank you. So we front loaded some of this funding specifically because we wanted these projects to move quickly. I'm wondering, one, for the general fund reserves, the 40 million, how much of that is being proposed to be used this year?
So we would, our estimate that we'll end the year at about $12.9 million of reserves at the end of this fiscal year, which is about 7%. When you factor in the budget, the fiscal year 22 budget, you are now down to 1.8 million. So those funds would just simply be used to quite frankly balance the budget deficit, and then we would need to figure out how we would what would be the right process to put the remaining amount in there. And I think what it could actually just be is that we unassign 40 million of it, and then that will take its place. The 95 million is assigned, so we keep it out of our reserve calculations. So this would just stay in the general fund. It wouldn't move. It just becomes released and a part of the actual general fund calculation. So that's how we would go about doing it.
Okay, and then on the Renewal Enterprise District, Madam City Attorney, I think there were some conversations around finalizing paperwork. Has that 10 million been obligated to the red, or are we still working through some of the legal components of that?
We're still working through the term sheet. We are getting close, and I believe that it is planned to come back to council in July for final action. And that will be a package that will include the loan agreement, amendment to the JPA, and a couple of other elements, and that will come back to you as a package.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in terms of the vegetation management and wildland resiliency, how much of that fund have we utilized so far, and have we heard from fire a need for more funding to do that work?
So I'll take the first stab at this. So we did take those two items outside of the normal budget process. So like I said, they went to council at the end of April and were appropriated, and I believe they're currently using those funds now. And the way that we did it is that they had a plan, a 5-year plan developed that would cost, combining the two projects, would cost a total of $8 million. So what we did was we appropriated those into projects so that they could roll over, and we basically front loaded them the full cost of those programs at year one, and they will continue to draw down that 8 million over that 5-year process. So so there you go. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So to make sure I understand, so go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
So the money was appropriated over a 5-year period in tranches in the current budget. So you're seeing a 5-year program that's been set aside. Year one was put in for immediate action. It is very early on in the conversation, so there's probably not a cost accounting, but we're more than happy to bring back to council a regular report on expenditures against that particular fund. But it is, as Mr. Alton stated, it's over a 5-year appropriation, and I would say we can build a process to develop and report out specifically expenditures against those funds. And Jim is here to provide further detail.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor Rogers, I just wanted to clarify, we have spent 0 of that $8 million because we're actually waiting for the budget revision to be approved so we can get it in. The funding, if you were to look right now, it doesn't look like it's available, so we cannot spend it. It's simply a housekeeping issue that we're waiting for it to happen. As soon as it does, we will be able to then utilize the spending plan as we talked about. But everything else is correct. It's been appropriated. It just officially is not in the budget. And until we see it in there, we can't spend it.
I'm sorry, Jim, I'm a little confused because the point of the council taking these items early was to appropriate it so that our fire department could use it in this year in preparation for the season we are now in.
That's agreed. We are trying to get this pushed across the finish line so we can start spending it. We're ready to go. We just haven't been able to.
I guess my question is, what further direction do you need from council, since the council has seen this multiple times and has said this is a priority and wants to allocate the funds?
There's no further direction required. I will talk to Jim. I'm not sure what this particular technical hang-up is, but it will be rectified.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. And And then my last question, if you go back to your slide, Alan, that has all of the different funding, how does this impact our Measure O baseline, and particularly given that there's strings attached to much of this funding?
It does not. It doesn't affect it. These are all capital projects, so they're outside of the operating. The way that we have it, especially if we're looking at one-time funding sources, these would not have any impact on Measure O baseline, at least not for this budget.
Okay, great, thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Alan, can you help me again? So did you say that 12.9 million, when we talk about the reserves, so it'll be 7% will be left at the end of this budget year in the reserves?
Yes, that's what we're projecting out. Yes.
So essentially, we set aside money to put in the reserves that we're spending anyway, because we're not really going to have $40 million in the reserves.
That is correct. That's why it was increased from 30 million to 40 million, because you need to start cutting operational expenses, and that's what's coming back in the budget cycle. Right now, we're cutting another 3.5. We will roll up all the one-time additional expenditures and ongoing expenditures into the budget cycle. But again, Council is going to need to really take this issue seriously and start to curtail ongoing expenditures. You are hitting it right on the head, Vice Mayor. This is the recurring issue we're facing, is there needs to be a sizable reduction. We have 3.5 million in staff savings that we're already proposing. The challenge for Council in the upcoming year is going to be to identify another 1.5. We will roll up all the requested one-time and ongoing expenditures for the budget review and present the budget hearing and present the additional hits to the reserves. But if Council continues to overspend spend more than it's taking in, those $40 million will become quickly depleted. So this is, you are actually identifying one of the challenges within the organization is there's a great deal of need. There's some one-time monies to offset it, but ongoing revenues and ongoing expenses are not equaling out. And again, that's one of the big challenges we're facing. So part of the reason the organization went in to make some reductions was exactly to across the board to address these issues. But that you have identified the fundamental issue that's ongoing within the budget is our reserves are getting depleted to pay for ongoing expenditures. And that's why you started to see cuts this year. You're going to be needing to make additional cuts in the upcoming year to meet that goal.
So I guess my concern would be for my fellow council members is that fire season is like now longer and we have all these things, and that I really thought the point of giving the 40 million for reserves is for us to have something to fall back on. But it doesn't look like that is the case. So it's saying that we have 27 million left of one-time monies. I really don't feel like we have 27 million left because we've already spent more than half of what we said we were going to put in the reserves. So thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. On slide 148, with the 34 million with the 7 matching funds, for clarification, this is not a package deal, just simply an itemized list of potential acceptable uses which would be matched. Is that correct?
This is the list of potential uses that we're discussing with the state that would be here. The total match requirement for the projects listed is $7 million. We're reviewing each project, so we're in our due diligence phase, but it's important to realize, again, there is going to be needed to be city contribution to get these projects across the finish line. And so, as was pointed out, you do have some additional PG&E funds that are there. Although, again, if we continue to spend above our revenue generation, those funds will be completely depleted. We would likely be coming back once we get clarity on what the match requirement for each of these are, as it's an unfolding project. We're likely coming back to ask for additional contribution from those PG&E funds to meet the goal here. Some of them are water related, so some of those will be enterprise funds, but we are working through there. So it's $7 million a match. It's not all general fund, but it's going to be dependent on project to project. And so we're just making you aware that these have a requirement associated with them to see them across the finish line.
And with the concern of the cost to the city, whether it's from the general fund or enterprise, have we taken into account the staff hours and the staff cost to produce the work needed to be able to qualify for the different matching funds?
We were committed to making these projects whole because we have to do the staff work to make it happen. We are accruing some administrative costs against it. Again, I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Nutt or Alan to fill in the detail there.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Alvarez, that's a great question. 8 of these projects are actually public assistance projects that are already being reimbursed by FEMA. For those of you who recall, the city's responsible for 6.25% of all of the original delivery costs to bring those projects to fruition. And what the CDBG funds are doing is they're giving us the opportunity to reimburse for those local match dollars. So, council member, this actually doesn't involve any additional effort other than the administrative component associated with processing the paperwork to conform with the state's requirements. But for those 8 projects, it just simply is a reimbursement. It keeps the city from having to pay directly, and we can reimburse our costs or our share of that cost as soon as we're able to.
And that would include the administration fees as well?
That includes all costs associated with
all costs associated. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions from council? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious about staff prioritization. On each of these, where there are more than 2 requests, for instance, in the transportation and public. Well, let's move out of that. Let's go to the CDBG, the INF, slide 148, for instance, where we're mentioning the $7 million matching funds. Was there an effort at any point to prioritize those bullets?
So to some extent, yes. Through the course of the program that the state put forward, they did provide a series of criteria that we had to meet. We pushed 13 projects forward with the idea of maximizing the amount of return to the city. We had about $88 million of unfunded projects that we identified for the state and federal government. These particular 11 projects were the ones that made it through the selection criteria. We had a number of issues relating to low to moderate income households that the project might serve upon completion. It talks about population and it talks about the severity of needing to restore or the priority of restoring. So these were the 11 that made it through. Not all 11 have to be funded.
Jason, let me stop you there. Just what I'm looking at is on slide 148.
Yes.
So I'm not seeing 11 projects.
So
I'm seeing 9.
9 projects.
I know it doesn't really matter. The number really doesn't matter. I guess when I look at this list and I see fire station 5, and that's, to my mind, I'll just say it, it's pretty much a slam dunk for me to be taking monies for a fire station. But when in the second bullet, the Laguna Treatment Plant flood wall, it's really hard for me to know the importance of that when put up against storm drains citywide, for instance. Now, there's a big difference in amount. Let's just go to two that are closer in amount. Storm drains citywide, and then roads in the 3.7 road signs and poles. It's hard for me to know how, where to prioritize those. And it would help me to know that there's a condition, basically a problem statement, where a certain condition would dictate a priority over another condition, which would be less important. So it's hard for me to make a decision when I'm not sure about the overall condition of the issues that are being raised in these particular bullet points. So it's hard for me to make a decision barring that prioritization. It's a statement. It's just suggesting the difficulty in making a decision in that case.
And I think the subsequent council the long-term policy and audit committee meeting, as well as the meeting where we're going to come back to council on the 13th of July, we'll be able to provide more detail for you. Between the two programs, not every one of the projects qualifies for each of the two programs. For example, the CDBG mitigation fund only has 3 eligible projects to it. It can only fund the Fire Station 5 project, the pavement rehab project, and the flood wall project. The pavement rehab project and the flood wall project are not eligible for the infrastructure pot of money. Like I say, it's far more complicated and nuanced in the way that the state has assigned the city these funds. And the projects were very specific to be able to ensure that we maximize the amount of money that was available and eligible for the city. And I think we'll be able to get into that in that more detailed dive in the upcoming meetings. And so I think it'll be more clear at that point. I think this was really just to kind of give you a generalized indication of the type of funding that was there, the type of eligible projects, and the fact that in order to fully fund all of those projects, there was a gap of about $7 million.
Okay, thanks, Jason. That's actually very helpful. I look forward to the additional data before we make our decisions. Thank you.
Councilmember Swindle.
Hey, Mr. Mary. This is for you, Jason. And sorry I didn't bring it up earlier when I was talking about the fire station. On that same document that we had talked about, it was either end of last year or earlier this year when fire department listed the priorities. It had the build hot emergency. That's now a hot EOC 1.4 million. Can you share the discrepancy in those numbers from when we first received it to today? Oh, you're on mute.
Councilmember, I'd like to defer to the fire department, although I don't see the chief on the line. We did make requests of our federal legislators for $1 million program or $1 million project, and that was accepted by Congressman Thompson in his recommended package. And so the 1.4, I would need to defer to the fire department to bring the additional information.
And is it the safe assumption, because I think Chief Westrop mentioned it yesterday, we are talking about reconfiguring an existing building on the MSC footprint for this new hot EOC, correct?
That is correct. And I see that Chief Westrop has joined us and he can fill in the gaps.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Westrop, Fire Chief for the City of Santa Rosa. The answer to the question is that in the process of going through and looking what a hot EOC build out would look like, there were several different options put into place. There was 4 tiers. And initially when we were headed down the direction of it being internally funded, we went with sort of the middle of the road, and that was the first number that you saw. Now that the earmarking, the federal the federal funding opportunity is rising. We moved it up to the best option that we have as far as capacity and programs that we can run out of the hot EOC. So that's been the change in the number, is changing it to the sort of platinum version versus sort of the silver version that we were running with when we thought it was going to be funded internally.
Thank you for that, Chief. I guess my confusion is that both buckets of money, we're still looking at PG&E settlement dollars. Are there some additional state or federal funds that would assist us versus just taking it out of the PG&E settlement funds, which don't have any bearing to federal or state additional funding sources?
So not for the fire station. However, for the EOC, there is a federal earmark possibility from both the Senate and the Congress that we're looking at. And we have support from Congressperson Thompson at this point on federal earmarking. The problem with that is it's extended out for a long time. We probably won't know anything until fiscal year 2022. So it'd be the next fiscal year that we would hear back on the earmarking, but there is a possibility for the EOC to be funded out of earmarking, but not the fire station. So there's not another federal or state opportunity for the fire station.
Right, yeah, I'm just interested in the EOC because I'm supportive of this effort. Just the numbers are increasing as we go. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And on a related note, Jason, costs for everything have been escalating and going up, and I know a number of these projects have been in progress for a number of years. Do these reflect the current expected dollar amounts, or are these the estimates that we've had in place from budget cycle to budget cycle?
Mayor, these are snapshot in time at the time that we established the original cost estimate. So,
okay.
So costs are continuing to escalate as we take time in delivering them.
So, for example, the Laguna treatment plant flood wall, that one's been there for a number of years. That's a cost estimate based on what we knew a couple of years ago?
So this was a cost estimate that was revised this last fall as they submitted a grant application to the federal government for hazard mitigation grant funds. So I would say that's actually fairly recent. And I would feel comfortable with the 16.5 million at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councilor, are there any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to our next segment. I will also, as we switch presenters, do a quick announcement. I know we have our Cultural Heritage Board meeting is scheduled for a little bit later this afternoon. That will start after completion of the City Council meeting. So staff asked me to make sure that I announced that.
So next up is the Citywide Capital Improvement Program, 21-22 proposed budget, and we have Jason Nutt leading us off.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Wanted to always provide you with this snapshot just to show you the types of facilities that the city's responsible for. We own approximately $5 billion worth of assets, whether it's roadways, water and sewer lines, parks, open space, the treatment plant, facilities, and assets and appurtenances that go with those, such as traffic signals and streetlights. It's important to realize that these are products that we've either built on our own or we've accepted through the course of development and taken ongoing and permanent responsibility for moving into the future. In the past, I've come and done a presentation that talked about our ability or inability to be able to do preventative maintenance on a number of these facilities. Therefore, you see what we're able to accomplish through the course of the capital improvement plan, focused on these specific types of products. Next slide, please. Our capital improvement program is 91. Actually, I think you advanced one too many slides. There we go. So one of the questions we get is, where is it that staff pulls these projects from, and how do we get to a place where the capital improvement program is being presented to council? There are a number of places where we collect feedback, whether it's conversations relating to the general plan or whether it's directed projects incorporated in the general plan. The council goals, as you develop your work plan, we get to develop projects associated with those work plan or as directed by the work plan. We look at all of the master plans that are going through, and we've had a number of them, including the recent update to the bicycle pedestrian master plan, the groundwater master plan, the parks master plans that are constantly coming forward. All of those are developing and identifying capital improvements necessary to fulfill the final vision within each of those plans. And then, of course, we just recently completed the downtown specific plan. That's a critical component to try to identify what additional investment needs to be made in the downtown to support the type of development and activities that we're looking for. Again, the climate action plan is one that's becoming very important for us, and a number of projects are starting to be generated in an effort to try to achieve some of our climate action goals. Through the course of the year, we all receive input, whether it's council members, whether it's department heads, whether it's the city manager. Feedback is coming in from members of the public, from our business community, from residents, requesting specific projects or identifying specific concerns. Each of those is taken in and vetted in one way or another to determine whether or not it's a capital project or whether it's an operational investment that's needed. And so these are just the areas where we pull these projects from, and we do our evaluation in order to determine what gets invested in the capital improvement program for the fiscal year. Next slide. So at this point in time for fiscal year 21-22, we're proposing just under a $92 million capital improvement program budget. You can see from the pie chart the various ways that the funding is coming in from. A majority of these funding sources are restricted revenues, meaning they can only be utilized for specific purposes. Approximately 70% of this capital improvement program relates to the water and wastewater and sub-regional enterprises. And we'll go into a little bit of detail about what sort of projects are coming up with them. We have about 18% that relates to the TPW special funds. This is predominantly roadway paving projects and other types of pavement restoration and treatments in an effort to keep our roadways in good condition. We did learn earlier this week that of the TPW special projects, a majority of those funds come from gas tax, SB1, and Measure M. We did learn that the state provided us with the updated gas tax funds, and it does appear that our projections were being adjusted about $900,000 lower than what we're showing on this slide. Between now and the June study session, we will be readjusting the project list in an effort to accommodate what the state is telling us we should actually be receiving for this upcoming fiscal year. The only piece that's discretionary within this large pie is that small portion of yellow down in the lower right corner. And that's the TPW General Fund proposal. And we'll get to the specifics on the next slide. But that is the one area where we could make a recommendation that goes in a different direction than what staff has proposed at this point, because it is flexible fundings. It's general fund. It gives us the opportunity to invest in other locations. Next slide. So to stay on the discussion of what general fund looks like, this is the general fund proposal for fiscal year 2021. As we've done for the last 5 years, staff is requesting $1.2 million to invest in ADA enhancements. These ADA enhancements follow the course of the city's transition plan in an effort to bring all of our facilities up to current accessibility standards per the federal requirements. We did have a number of projects slated to move last year. Because of the budget situation, council made the very difficult decision to adjust that request and recover and move those funds back into the general fund reserve in order to stabilize the budget. So we are looking to reinvest those $1.2 million for this upcoming year. The Roseland pavement maintenance is $662,000 as part of the Roseland annexation agreement. This is a $6.2 million total investment from the county to the city over the 10-year period. And they give those funds to us in annual disbursements. And we are moving forward with a number of projects in an effort to restore and reconstruct streets in the annexation area portion of Roseland in an effort to try to bring them as consistent or better than the rest of the city average. And that is the plan we're moving forward with. You'll be seeing a recommendation here in the next few weeks to approve a contract to move forward with pavement preservation for Roseland this year. We got a great price and we're excited to see that project move forward. This is the last year of the LED streetlight program. This council has spent a substantial amount of time investing in doing great work to convert our streetlights for the benefit of energy reduction, greenhouse gas emission reduction, and cost reduction. And this $600,000 is the last remaining portion needed in order to convert all remaining streetlights from high pressure sodium to LED. And we're excited to finally bring this project to fruition. The length of time it's taken us to go through this particular program has been fairly significant. We're over a decade of investment strategy. We're now needing to look at some of the initial investments and starting to replace some of those lights, which is a really good testament to how valuable these streetlights are. Rather than being an 18 to 36 month life cycle, we're now looking at a 12 to 18 year life cycle. And it's a great investment, and it's going to bear fruit for us into the future. There are two public safety building projects. One, we're having a substantial amount of issues with the building's boiler, their heating and air conditioning units. We need to do some substantial improvements in and around the lines that are feeding those. It's a $250,000 price tag for us to get that taken care of. But it is critical that we move forward with that in order to keep that building operational into the future. The other is the public safety building generator. You've heard for the last 3 years since 2017 fire that the generator at the public safety building is on its last legs. It's at a point where we are concerned about its longevity. It is the original generator for that building site, and it does need to be replaced. The police department was successful in receiving a Cal OES grant in the amount of $300,000 to move toward replacement of that generator. The total cost is $575,000. And so we're asking for the $275,000 of general fund to match the Cal OES grant to bring that project to fruition, to keep that building operational through the course of any disaster or event that would cut power to the facility. Last year, we also talked about the Luther Burbank Home and Gardens roof. This is a project that there was quite a bit of consternation about whether we needed to defer and delay that project. Council ultimately made the decision to defer that project. We are bringing that one back because we do believe there's some time sensitivity in trying to get the design of this work done. This particular line item is for the design. And the idea is that we are working with an architect to help us develop a time period appropriate roofing material so that we can restore the building to its natural and historic glory. This is not construction costs. This is purely design costs, an effort to identify, develop, and design that roofing product. And then, of course, as we've done for the last 3 or 4 years, we've requested about $50,000 to support some general fund projects at the lower levels, ones that we just don't have a specific budget for, but it's important for our staff to be able to assist. For example, we'll get a request to make a minor modification within a building for cubicle spaces. There's no project associated with that, and therefore we put this fund out there so that our capital projects team can assist with the redesign of those spaces so that we can get that staff back into their quarters. Next slide, please. We are also going to be looking at utilizing capital facilities fees. These are fees that we receive from development activity. Within the ordinance that established the capital facilities fee, a certain percentage of those go directly to the fire department for the value and benefit of construction of new and replacement facilities. What we do on an annual basis is we take the funds that are brought in during the course of the year and we delegate them to specific products or specific projects. And for the most part, these are holding accounts. We are continuing to collect funds for Fire Station 8. We are continuing to collect funds for the new fire station in Southeast Santa Rosa, which is typically known as Fire Station 9. And then we're looking to continue to provide services and support for some of the improvements needing to be made in and around the temporary fire station at Station 5 on Parker Hill Road. Next slide, please. As Ms. Nadeau told you earlier, there are 2 projects coming forward in the parking enterprise. That is repairs at Garage 1 and Garage 3. Just wanted to provide you that little bit of additional detail about what those, how that $1.24 million was delegated between those 2 projects. Next slide. One of the other areas that we receive funds from development impacts relates to parks. And we do collect fees whenever a new development is completed. We collect park impact fees that go specifically to the zone with which it's identified. The zones were created in a fairly simple way. We've got 4 zones. 101 north-south separates east and west, and Highway 12 east and west separates north and south. So we now have a northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest quadrant. So developments that occur in each of those quadrants put money toward future investments in park projects. What you're seeing on here are funds that were collected during fiscal year 2021 that we now need to invest into this year's fiscal program. If you go to the next slide, please. This shows you how we intend to invest those into each of the different zones. This particular program and the way we do this doesn't specifically authorize projects per se. What it does is it pushes those monies into the accounts per the ordinance and says that that money is available to then be allocated as those projects come available. So for example, if we are in the Southwest zone, zone 2, and we begin to look at making improvements in and around a place to play, we would be coming back with a proposal and we'll be asking to take money out of the Park Impact Fee Program for Zone 2. Lucky enough, this year we were successfully receiving an open space grant in the amount of about $1 million to help us further improvements at a place to play. And so you're going to be seeing something like that here in the very near future that allows us to begin to move forward with that investment strategy in that project. And we'll be specifically specifying that those matching funds will come out of the Southwest area in Zone 2. You'll also see on this slide the Measure M funds. We receive about $1.9 million annually from Measure M. That's the Parks for All measure, not to be confused with the Streets measure. And so this is a funding source that comes in. Council in 2019 established an expenditure plan for years 1 and years 2. They have not yet established an expenditure plan for years 3 through 10. That is something that staff is actively working on. What council had directed us to do is to go out to the community and do a series of community meetings to solicit feedback on how they wanted to see the city invest those funds. Park staff has done a fantastic job working with community and intergovernmental relations staff to put on these meetings. We've had, I believe, 5 meetings over the course of the last 12 months. Only one having been in person because we did it the week before the pandemic closed down our public gatherings. And the feedback has been phenomenal. We've had a great response. We are unfortunately not in a position to have already come to you with an expenditure plan proposal. Because of COVID, we had to delay all of those activities until this calendar year. We have now completed the work, but now we need to reduce all the data, the information, develop a proposal, send that proposal to the Board of Community Services, make revisions as they've requested, and then bring it to council for action. That doesn't mean the funds aren't available for use. It just means staff is being very cautious about utilizing funds that don't have an expenditure plan approved by council. And so we will be coming back to council very soon to get approval to begin using those funds in a proactive way moving forward. Next slide, please. Let's take a little walk through Santa Rosa Water's budget for CIP. If you go to the next slide. The first conversation will be about stormwater and creeks. It's not a very large budget, just over about $900,000. You'll see we spend a little bit on capital facilities fee, storm drain and sewer. We've got water enterprise, and we've got the creek restoration fund. This particular program helps us identify and improve a number of deficiencies around the city. You'll see some of the examples that they've done in the slides and the images on the right. Next slide, please. The water enterprise is looking to invest about $13.8 million. A majority of the water enterprise is looking at lineal projects, meaning water mains and the reservoirs. One of the projects that they're also doing is a well project, like the leak well replacement. That's one that they're going to be working on as a part of this particular budget. Next slide. Wastewater is also looking to invest just under $13 million. Again, their entire program is lineal based, meaning they're looking to do sewer trunks and sewer mains. A couple of projects that are coming forward as part of this work is in the Sherwood Forest area and the East Haven and Foothill area. Those projects will replace both water and sewer lines and will ultimately restore the pavement in those areas, as the type of work that we do when we do both water and sewer is fairly disruptive and results in pavement that needs to be put back into a fully restored fashion, in a fully restored manner. Next slide, please. As Director Burke mentioned, we also manage the treatment plant with other agencies. This is an area where we recently went out and received bond funds. And we're investing about $30 million of bond funds in an effort to do UV system replacement. That is the big project here. That's the primary focus. And it is the area that we're spending quite a bit of time on in this fund area to bring that facility up to modern standards so that we can serve all of those communities into the future. Next slide. And then I just want to give you a quick snapshot on the non-enterprise projects, just to be able to describe in general terms what we're looking at doing. Next slide. We're going to be investing about $25 million street capacity and pavement enhancements, like the Fulton Road widening project between Guerneville Road and Piner. We're looking at investing in park and park amenities. I mentioned that we are looking at projects such as Place to Play. That'll be coming forward. We've got the streetlight project in there. We're looking at rehabilitation. We're also looking at making some investments in our bicycle and pedestrian programs. It's a fairly comprehensive plan for our general fund style or our public works oriented projects. We're excited to see those projects move forward. There will be a book that will be coming your way, Council, that will describe each and every one of the projects that's listed in this presentation. And with that, that concludes the capital improvement program for fiscal year 21-22. And I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thanks, Jason. We'll start with the Vice Mayor.
That was quick. So, Jason, are we looking at maybe going in the future, having the zones break out into districts? And how hard would it be to do that?
Well, we have not contemplated that. I would need to do quite a bit of research to determine what would be necessary to make that shift. But that's something, if you would like, we can come back and explain to you what that could look like moving forward.
It was just a thought. And then also the TPW, specifically for the roads, how do we make sure that that is equitable between all the districts and that more funds aren't going to one versus another? Or, I mean, I know like maybe one budget year, Chris might get everything, but Chris can't get everything every year. You know, we know how he likes to do it, so.
Yeah, there are a number of ways of dealing with equity throughout the city. You know, having worked with a county organization, they certainly have a specific way where they try to delegate based on the number of districts. That has not necessarily shown to be equitable. For example, in Sonoma County, you have one district that has almost no county roads. You have another district that has 1,000 times as many roads. But yet they're receiving nearly the same funds. So there are that is one way to consider. What we've done in so far, and what staff has been working hard to track, is just to make sure that as we're looking to invest funds, we're making our way around the city. Staff is committed to ensuring that we're equitable. We have equitable distribution throughout the city. For example, as we're coming to request SB1 funds, SB1 funds will allow us to build one road a year as far as reconstruction. And we're making sure that that is not invested in any individual district 2 years in a row. And so that is finding its way throughout town. I can assure you we have more than enough projects and challenges throughout the community that we do have projects in each and every district. And we will be working hard to ensure a balanced and equitable deployment. But I don't have a specific mechanism for you at this point, Vice Mayor. I will be working with Jan Mazik, the CFO, to start to develop a plan that might help us be able to better capture and look at a programming mechanism that's more detailed and directive than what we have today.
So I think it would be helpful, Vice Mayor, for at some point in the next couple months for Mr. Nutt to come back and do a presentation about how we do and some of the restrictions associated with funding sources. For example, on park development, we did do some revision there, but it's tied to development fees and where those development fees are generated. So I think there's some really good questions here. And I think it would be good to get a basis of what we do and have a study session exactly on that topic so that you all start to look at it and ask those specific questions about how we might incorporate other ways. And I know Jan and Jason are actually talking about that, looking at different criteria, including we could be looking at things like the scorecard generated by community engagement as a criteria for investment in our community. So I think there are different ways to look at it, but I think what would be really the best way to start is sort of what we do, right? And then you could start to ask some strategic questions about that investment criteria. So what I would recommend is sometime in July or August that we schedule a study session specifically about how CIP gets developed and how every year the investment strategy comes, because I think that would be a good basis to then step into the next conversation about altering that compact.
Okay, and Jason, I don't want to take away from your staff. I know that you guys do really hard work, and I know it's hard to prioritize we have a lot of roads in the city, right? So it's really hard to prioritize which ones that we have to maintain or do quick fixes or whatever. Just from a standpoint of representing District 7, it feels as if we have not been getting our due share historically. So I would like to see that change and that we have more work being done in District 7.
And Council Member, I totally appreciate that. District 7 has received funds recently. We just completed the Stony Point Road Corridor, which was about a $14 million project, which finished in 2017. And we also redid Piner Road between Occidental and 3rd Street, which was about a $6 million investment. So we have done some recent investment, although it predated you in this seat. So I certainly understand your concerns, and that's part of how we're trying to make sure and track where we've been and where we need to go into the future to cover all bases within the community.
Perfect, thank you.
And Vice Mayor, while my constituents will be happy to hear that we get all the funding one year, they actually drive outside of our district, and so the other districts can have some as well. We'll go to Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel compelled to speak on this topic. I think that equity is really essential, and I think that if we push things to be in a district-based model, we are going to detract from equity. I think that equity ought to be measured by where the need is and where the best value is. And so, if we do have a study session to address what has happened and what's going forward, I know I keep asking for it, but I'm going to continue to ask for, which is value in terms of where can we put our infrastructure resources that are going to generate return on investment. So, for example, we recently said that we wanted to put a $10 million library in Roseland. Well, we did that in part because there's both a need and a value on return. And so going back to our values and what we're trying to achieve and where we can get the best return on investment from two perspectives, one on equity and the other on economic value. And oftentimes the two are tied together. I'm really interested in that. And I think districts 1 and 7, to my mind, stand to gain the most from this looking at it through this lens rather than just allocating per district, because I think to the Vice Mayor's point, these districts have not always received the proportional share of our investment. And so we need to do some remediation on that work. So I look forward to hearing an analysis based on what we get for what we put in.
Thank you, Councilmember Fleming. We'll certainly bring that back. One of the other aspects that Jan and I have discussed with Magali and Amy over in planning is the concept of ensuring that we're not gentrifying a specific community based on the type of investment strategy that we're putting in that area. So in certain cases, we need to make sure that we're investing the type of roadway improvements that benefit the community that's currently living there and not the community that is driving through or the community that we may aspire to at some point. I think that this is something that's being pushed throughout the Bay Area region and across the country. I recently sat on a technical advisory committee. You'll hear more about this, as Sean suggested, when I come back with the study session, but I totally understand where you're coming from, and we'll make sure we incorporate that as well as the others.
And you must have meant Ms. Shields, not Ms. Reeve, right?
Not Reeve, no. Magali Tellis and Amy
Nicholson.
Okay. Well, I would hope that also you're involving our DEI and our new DEI coordinator as well.
Yeah, Councilmember, those conversations happened before Ms. Shields came to the city.
Excellent.
So now we'll be incorporating her in as well.
Okay.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to echo what my colleagues just stated in regards to equity and transportation and the CDC reports that mentioned the health of a neighborhood, especially when it comes to accessibility, road quality, stops, and also thank the city staff for the work that has been done in Roseland in the recent months. We do appreciate the improvements to Barham, to Hughes, and we are really excited to see what other things are planned in our near future. So I want to thank the city staff and really the workers and pavers out there doing good work. So on behalf of District 1, I thank you very much. And I'm very excited to see what lays ahead, what new roads lay ahead in District 1.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll pass that along to the staff.
All right, thank you so much, Jason. Mr. City Manager, do you have more to add?
There is nothing. I think we're at the conclusion of the budget study session from staff presentation.
All right, we will go ahead and go to public comment then on our budget study session. If you're interested in speaking, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on your Zoom, or if you're on your phone, hit *9, and you'll get 3 minutes to address the council on this item. Madam City Clerk.
One moment, please, while I pull up this slide.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, and Madam City Clerk, I'm not seeing any hands for live public comment. Let's go to our voicemail public comments.
Hi, my name is Erin Fitchie. and I am a teacher at a small private nonprofit preschool in Santa Rosa. Our school has been open since June 8th. We opened as soon as we thought we could do so safely. We knew we needed to open the program back up because our families were in crisis. The children needed to get back to school, back to their normal routine, and back to playing and socializing with other children. At the time we opened, we were all unvaccinated. We were scared for our health and about bringing home the virus to our own families. Still, we showed up and did the hard and important work that we do every day because we knew it was the right thing to do for the children and families in our program. We implemented all recommended health and safety changes and prayed we would all stay healthy. The stipend would mean so much to me and my coworkers. With reduced numbers of children this year and likely next year, our program is running in the red. No one is expecting any sort of raise or bonus this year for sure. We all are just happy we have a job that we love, that we know the value of. This stipend would make us feel valued and appreciated, and financially, it would be a tremendous help. Please consider this request. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my message.
Hi, my name is Ellie Weinkoop. I work at Mark West Community Preschool, which is now Fulton Community Preschool and Farm. Item number 3.1. I'm a preschool teacher here, and I have been in this business long before the fire, but with this particular school in the fire and afterwards through fire after fire and now a pandemic. I feel like coming back to work was really important for the families and for myself, but mostly for the families. I felt like the children were being at home and not having any social interactions, and families were unable to do their work. And I felt so much gratitude from the families. And actually, I felt so much gratitude from the children. When they first came here, we were outside almost the entire time, literally through December, almost through January. We were primarily outside, and it brought so much joy to these children, and then it gave me joy. And even though the world was so scary, it brought like a semblance of normalcy to the families. I feel strongly that it was important for me to do this work and important for the families, especially since the families I had been through the fire, had never actually they were at a temporary school, and our new school opened up a week before the pandemic hit, and then we had no more school. So all those group of children did not get to finish their final year. I am just putting together graduation books for those families, and I will be presenting them to them a year later, one at a time. I am so grateful for this work, and I'm grateful that I was able to be here. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm calling to speak on agenda item 3.1. My name is Emma Sherman. I'm a Santa Rosa resident, a longtime resident of Sonoma County, and I am a preschool teacher. I've been working in person with young children during the pandemic since August, and I'm calling to advocate for the use of funds to support early childhood education. Simply put, every parent knows that there is absolutely no returning to work or returning to normal without care for their children. And with the decrease in enrollment that we've experienced and all the turmoil of the last year, we absolutely need the support. The early childhood education is one of the most powerful and neglected long-term investments to make in a community, and the change in the children that we've seen this year has just been the growth that they've had. The children that we've been able to care for during this time has been extraordinary, and there is no more important area for a community to invest in than its young children. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Alice Lynn. I'm in District 1, commenting on the budget hearings regarding homelessness. City Council, please support $1 million for new homeless solutions, $315,000 for safe parking, $1.1 million for a mental health response team, $150,000 for community engagement, $713,000 for Sam Jones Annex, and the Homeless Services Request for Project timeline. UN rules for war, famine, and disaster refugees provide everyone a secure camp, a tent, food, water, cooking, and hygiene facilities. Santa Rosa policy should provide the same for everyone unhoused. Non-congregate shelter rooms, tents, and parking work best for safety, dignity, privacy, and autonomy, for health, self-care at one's bed, and to prevent costly, devastating kickouts. Staff at congregate dorm shelters are in everyone's business, down to toenail cutting, resulting in absurd, costly, devastating kickouts that get us nowhere. Police sweeps abuse, waste money, add trauma, prolong homelessness, waste weeks of campers' time finding a new location, increase the likelihood of crime and sexual exploitation to pay for their necessities. We need safe legal sleep solutions to better use funds for safe parking and camping, and to urgently plan with people with lived experience safe camping and parking in each district. Please contact me. I have recommendations to reduce homelessness cost and length through better physical and system design of shelters and services. Thank you very much for your service. Bye.
Mayor, that concludes recorded voicemail for this item. We do have one hand raised.
Let's go to Ananda.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and council members. Ananda Sweet with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. And thank you for all of your time and dedication through this process. So as you discuss budget needs and priorities, we would urge a strategic approach to investments in our economic recovery that support a vibrant and stable economy coming out of the pandemic. Some of the issues we talk about frequently along these lines, business support, increased housing supply, and early childcare and education are really key to a healthy economy and thriving community for all. On early childcare and education, I truly can't thank you enough for your leadership in this area. From changes in the permitting process and childcare development to your significant direct investment in sustaining and growing the sector while looking ahead to innovative solutions, your work in this area has been meaningful, put Santa Rosa on the map as a leader in this issue, and truly makes me proud to be a Santa Rosan. You have an opportunity to make another meaningful impact in ECE by using a small percentage of the American Rescue Plan funding for pandemic recovery for young children and families. The Chamber has signed on to the request that you have to ensure that children have support to healthy, safe, ready to learn as we emerge out of COVID-19. Directing some of these one-time ARP funds to support young children and families is critical to support Santa Rosa's workforce today and a crucial investment in Santa Rosa's future. Our community has lost thousands of childcare slots, which will cripple parents' ability to return to work and will slow down our economic recovery. About 1/3 of our childcare providers have paused operations with an unknown future status, and funding to stabilize the small business sector and maintain providers that were operating pre-COVID is really critical in our economic recovery. Studies show that investments in early child education set the foundation for learning, ensure school readiness, and narrow the persistent achievement gap for our region's most vulnerable children. These investments are absolutely economic development and bring a high return on investment from savings in special education or mediation, better health outcomes, reduced need for social services, lower criminal justice costs, and increased self-sufficiency and productivity of families. Our community's families have been through crisis after crisis with recurring disasters since 2017. It is critical to invest now in positive early childhood mental health and community interventions to help ensure the success of children and families. For these one-time recovery dollars, this regional approach is key and a really valuable opportunity to strategically address COVID-19 impacts at a local level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ananda. Mr. City Manager, did you have any final comments on our study session?
Not at this time. We will be preparing, based on the input received right now, a budget. As I said, we will be back on the 10th to the Long-Term Finance Committee and of the June and on the 13th of July to really try to focus down on those one-time funds that you've just heard some public comment about, to try to get the council and figure out what our investment strategy, both internally and externally, is going to be.
Great, thank you so much. And Council, were there any last comments before we ended our meeting for today? All right, well, thank you so much, and thank you to all the staff who presented. Oh, Councilmember Schwedhelm, go ahead.
I just want to share, so I gave some feedback. There's some things that we didn't talk about, and I think you touched base on it a little bit, Mr. Mayor, about the diversity, equity, inclusion work, where how are we going to address that? And then on our council meeting on May 5th, we talked about wanting to declare racism as a public health crisis in Santa Rosa. And I know that's going to cost money, maybe some restructuring, and I'm just not sure where we're going to have that conversation. Additionally, with slide 5 of the presentation about the 21.1 general fund position cuts, 3.4 million. I'm not sure if all the goals, the council goals that we presented in February, we can do it with the amount of staffing that we're approving. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us to do a mid-year council goal resetting of it, because we're asking too much of staff. If we want to have a community-oriented policing department and we're cutting an additional 6 staff, we're about to enter into fire season, and we're cutting 5 additional positions, it just is not making sense to me. And I heard Mr. City Manager's response to the Vice Mayor's comments about we want all this, and the City Manager said, then council's got to stop asking for all the things that we want. I want to know, when are we going to have that discussion? Because we've got $244 million to potentially either sustain it for a little bit or come up with a comprehensive strategy. But I just don't think we can continue to ask without that ongoing funding identified to meet the goals that this council has established. But I just wanted to share that and wonder if you have any thoughts about that. Because the one other overarching goal that I have, I'm hoping, and I know I'm confident that the city of Santa Rosa continues to hire the best and the brightest, but where does innovation occur within the city of Santa Rosa? I've got no idea, because it sounds like they're going from project to project based on the direction of council. And the council is not the only one that creates innovation in the city. It requires staff. And I'm not sure we're giving them room to breathe, much less innovate.
So I've asked the mayor actually to schedule with the interim city manager exactly this conversation. I think it's incredibly important that you all convene. One of the things that I know is happening as of June 22nd is that you will be back in person. I have not shared this with the mayor, but I believe that you need to sit down and potentially have a goal-setting conversation, updating where you were, and having a conversation in person with staff in an environment that we've relied on the past to be a team building and exercise. So I have put that request in front of the mayor. I think a little bit was trying to get through the recruitment of the interim city manager. And so I apologize for causing that issue and delay, but I do know that I believe the mayor is contemplating exactly the things that you have laid out, council member.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, to that point, I recognize that we have limited resources throughout our city, and I'm always interested in hearing, what it would cost and what the resources are needed to do what the council is asking, alongside the consistent pushback that we're asking too much. Because I don't plan to stop asking for what I believe is necessary for our city, but I do want to hear what the true costs of it are and what we need to achieve it. So I'd like to hear both proposals side by side so that we can manage, time and costs. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say, Councilmember Schwedhelm, I completely agree. That's why I was asking for space in the one-time conversation about the implementation for the DEI work. And I think that that's an important component for us to discuss with the new interim city manager as well. Are there any other comments from council? Vice Mayor?
Well, not on that note at all, but I just wanted to take the time to thank all the staff for all of the work that they do. And despite us making multiple requests on top of requests, you guys just continue to do it and you continue to smile. And if you grumble, you don't do it to us, so I don't see it. But I just wanted to thank you so very much for the sacrifices you guys make as far as time is concerned. When we ask you to get us something, additional information, you get it to us in a timely manner. I think we work with a wonderful staff, and I'm very happy to be on council with such a wonderful and accommodating staff. So thank you all so much for the work that you do and provide the city.
All right, and on that note, we will go ahead and adjourn today's meeting. I'll see you all next week.